I'm back. It's DomUniverse. I know y'all miss me. I ain't been on in a little minute. I know y'all been taking care of yourself, raising y'all vibration, as have I. And I've been reading a lot actually, and so I just want y'all to know the information I'm gonna be dropping from now on is gonna be more groundbreaking than ever, more paradigm shattering, more mind boggling. All right, that's why I be saying with every presentation and every lecture I drop, the information is gonna be more profound, more profound, and more profound. So that's all I gotta say on that. Today I got a very special video, and we gonna be flushing Satan, Saturn, Yahweh, whatever respective name, whatever respective civilization you want to call them. El and Leo, Ogo, El Shaddai, whatever you want to call him. He's getting flushed today. Today. Alright? So, right here we have some Gnostic texts that's straight out of ancient Egypt. And the thing about Gnostic texts is this is how these monotheistic Abrahamic religions get their structure, and we're going to get into that. But before I get into this, I just want y'all to know there's going to be a lot of text in this video. But if you're a person who likes to debate or you into religious / spiritual topics, you may want to take notes. Alright? If you like spiritual debates, this is it right here. Cause if you, for example, debating somebody like a person who is a Judas, and I think debates are healthy as fuck because this is how you learn. This is how you learn about the other sides or sides that you don't know anything about. And so I've been debating for months. And why I love to debate is so that I can get information and I can do my own research about these topics we debating about. And so again, if you're debating somebody like a Judas or a person who is a Hebrew Israelite, which is basically people who they're like Judas, but they don't claim the religion Judaism. So they're under a doctrine that isn't religious, but they still follow the Bible, the Talmud, the Torah, the Apocrypha, and the Tanakh. All right, and so we moving on. Right here, the Nag Hammadi Library, collection of 13 ancient books called codices, plural for codex, containing over 50 texts, that's 50 texts, was discovered in Upper Egypt in 1945. The immensely important discovery includes a large number of primary Gnostic Gospels, texts once thought to have been entirely destroyed during the early Christian struggle to find orthodoxy. So it's right there. Without monotheism, Christianity or the Bible, whatever, these monotheistic Abrahamic religions would not have the structure it have. Otherwise, I'm going to show y'all in a minute, but otherwise, you wouldn't be praising the God you're praising, because this is where you get that God that says, I am the only God. This is the text that comes from. And so, I just want y'all to know, for people who don't know or realize already, the Bible is not original text. All you have to do, take the Holy Bible, whatever testament, whatever version, whatever you want, whatever version, put it next to the Enum Elish, which is from Sumeria. And you know, people who are religious, that's what they argue against. What's it called? Sumeria is, that's in Babylon, because you know Babylon is where people started talking or babbling. We know Babylon is like a, when you say Babylon, you imagine like a hellish place, and I quote. And so they call the people over there in Babylon, or people who used to be in Babylon, pagan. They call the word pagan is being thrown around very loosely to people who are not religious, or people who oppose the Bible, or people who are polytheistic. And so when they call people who are polytheistic pagans, they are saying you praise a lot of gods but don't have a sense of a prime creator. That is how they feel about people who are polytheistic or ancient civilizations, when everybody was polytheistic. Now listen, just because, and I have to say this, because just because a civilization is polytheistic does not mean they are, in quote, pagans or don't have a sense of a higher creator. Because just because they have these other deities These are anthropomorphic deities, meaning they gave human characteristics to a non-human object, i.e. the sun, okay? Because without the sun, you die. That's just facts. We ain't gotta, the sun is a source. So that is like your mediator between the source, okay? You and the source. The sun is a source. There is a greater source than the sun. And so this is why in the Bible, it says the only mediator you have between you and God is Jesus Christ. And we know Jesus Christ, and I quote, is the sun in the sky. All right? I didn't prove this too many times. We ain't got to get into that right now. So look, paganism. These civilizations, Dogon, Mayan, Zulu, who else? What is it? Kemet. All of these polytheistic religions had a higher creator. Amma for the Dogon tribe. Nu for the Kemetic people. Who was, I don't remember Mayan. I don't be too deep into that. But what I'm saying is they have higher deities. And so you won't know that because you don't study outside of your doctrine or your Bible. And so this is why you are under an illusion, because you only think and you, how do I put this? People who are Hebrew Israelites or Judas, right? If you go and debate them, and these are people who be out in public with the Star of David, the vests, the army fatigue on, out there debating with the Bible. If you debate them, they're going to go straight to Bible verses. They memorize their entire Bible. So if you somebody who like to debate and you want to step to the plate with them, you're going to have to at least know the Bible, okay? Or know history of the Bible, or see, this is the thing. I'm telling you now, the Bible is not original text. You can put it next to a few books, and you're going to see where the Bible got its story from. Example, Etrahasis, okay? Or the story of Enki and Ninmah, okay? These books, including Enum Elish, go more into depth, more into detail than the Bible. The Bible don't tell you how God created humans. You go over to Sumeria, you're going to get the literal science in ancient text, how they created it. Okay? And the what they're going to tell you, monotheistic people aren't going to believe it because they don't believe in extraterrestrials and shit like that. And they not ready for that type of conversation. Now let's move. Scriptures such as the Gospel of Thomas, right, and the Gospel of Philip and the Gospel of Truth. The discovery and translation of the Nag Hammadi Library, initially completed in the 1970s, has provided impetus to a major reevaluation of early Christian history and the nature of Gnosticism. And so when we're talking about Gnosticism or gnosis, it means knowledge or to know, okay? The thing about Gnosticism is about gaining spiritual knowledge to spiritually evolve. And with these religions and these monotheistic doctrines, you're not getting actual spiritual knowledge because you're still stuck and worried about race. You're still worried about physical things. You're still worried about money. You're still worried about how you look for other people. Shit like that. You still worried about physical things. You have too many earthly attachments. If you have and you can't take these things with you to the afterlife. So if you have an earthly attachment where you think you're going when you get to the afterlife, you're likely going to have to come back here because you didn't give up your attachments to earthly things, okay? So moving on here. Moving on. And that's like if you got like addictions and shit like that. Because if you are addicted, you're under an illusion or you're under a spell. It's like you don't have control over yourself. And that means you didn't learn enough. You didn't gain enough soul experience to advance to the afterlife. You can't go to the next life being an addict. That's parasitic. That's parasitic. Now let's go. Right here you have Yaldabaoth. All right, this is Yaldabaoth. This is the energy of Satan. This is like a pop or a papus or a pep apopus. He is associated with disorder and chaos. All right, and this is why these Freemasonic societies go by the quote, order from chaos. They cause chaos, and then they fix it. They're using the Hegelian dialect. They cause a problem, get a reaction, and then give a solution. Okay, this is why with fear. See, he is like a shark. All right, this is the thing about this fear-based news. Ogo is a beast. So inside the universe, he dwells inside the astral realm, the fourth dimension or lower fourth dimension. And what he does is when you are living in fear, your aura is vibrating at the frequency of fear. And so your aura weak. And so he's going to be absorbing that energy. This is why when you got demons and whatnot, they say the more you scared of it, when it's standing in the corner of your room, the more you scared of it, it's absorbing your energy and it's getting stronger, blah, blah, blah. That's what's going on. So it's like when you cut your arm when you in water and the shark come and eat you. If you are in fear. Alright, and this the thing about that, because most people can't see an aura because they can't see past 0.0035% of the electromagnetic field or light spectrum. And it's people who out here are naturally clairvoyant and can see spirits. And monotheistic / religious people tell you you're satanic or you doing something satanic or communicating with demons because you can communicate with the spirit realm. No, this just means they're more connected to the divine than you. Not only that, people who are clairvoyant likely don't have control over the spirits they see. They can't control that. So you are telling a person who is naturally clairvoyant and connected to the spirit realm, that they're demonic because they're connected to the spirit realm. This just means they're more spiritually evolved than you. I don't see, everything is satanic to a religious person. But let's go. Let's go. The Gnostic God Yahweh. For Yahweh said, I am God. I am God and there is no other God besides me. Alright? According to the ancient Gnostic text, there is a creator God named Yahweh, Il-Debeoth. Alright? And Both means like God's army or army of God. So it's like we know he got an army of archons. Okay? But who is described as the child of chaos, like I said, and was the son of Sophia, wisdom. And we know Sophia is she is synonymous to your intuition. Okay? So it's like when you hear that voice in your head that's speaking to you through your intuition, it's similar to her speaking to you. It may be her. She is not an evil deity. But what had happened was she tried to have a baby without her partner. Very similar to the Dogon story I've read on my channel before. Alright? We know Ogo came from an incomplete, he was incomplete when he was born. But we gonna get into that in a minute. Let's go. Sophia. And she is equivalent to Newt, by the way, in Kemet. So that's the, that's the heavens. That's the sky. In Gnostic cosmogenesis, Yahweh is called an angel in the apocryphal Gospel of Judas. And so with the word angel, people have to realize angel is good and bad angels and is good and bad demons. It's neutral angels and it's neutral demons. Okay? So, for example, Thoth is considered a demon, but you don't hear about Thoth consuming people energy. You don't hear about Thoth doing some demonic shit to people. Okay? When Thoth is also said to be associated with Set, and that would technically be the teacher aspect. But again, we wouldn't have writing or speaking, if it wasn't for Thoth. So Thoth is considered one of the greatest teachers to ever have walked this earth. The spiritual knowledge, a lot of the spiritual knowledge the earth has came from Thoth's teaching. If you ever read the Emerald Tablets, Thoth is not an evil deity, being that he is a demon. But you know, people scared demons, and this is why your pineal gland is closed, or you. But moving on here. He is first mentioned in the cosmos, chaos, and the underworld as one of the 12 angels to come into being to rule over chaos in the underworld. Okay? In the Gospel of Nicodemus, Yahweh is called Satan. Dante called the devil simply a worm. Okay? A worm. Because worms are parasitic. And what are demons? They're parasitic. They feed off of your life force or life essence. Okay? So, very synonymous. Your body, your electromagnetic field, your biofield, your aura, is very synonymous to an electric lamp. If you're vibrating high, a demon, a low vibrational entity, cannot harm you. It can't do shit. It can't latch onto you. Can't nothing. It can't do nothing. Okay? So, keeping your vibration high. It's a parasite. You gotta, when it comes to you, shock it. It's getting shocked. Alright? And so, if you got a high vibration, alright, and you be hearing people out here saying, oh, you demonic for communicating with spirits, oh, that's satanic. How you gonna tell somebody they satanic for communicating with spirits and you don't know what they communicating with, but they do? Huh? What you talking about? Okay, moving on. The Theosophists say that Yaldabaoth is identical with the Fetahil of the Codex Nazarense, the demiurge of the Valentinian system. Alright, right here. Y'all, with my cursor. Bam. Yaldabaoth is the creator of the visible realm, or what we call the Matrix. That means the material realm. And so this is why the Bible in Corinthians 4:4, it says, Satan is the god of this planet, of this world. This is why the Dogon say that this planet is called Ogo's world. And who is Ogo? Ogo to them is equivalent to Satan. Okay? And I remember, I have to speak for people who are new to my channel. A lot of the stuff I be saying, my followers already know this. But I gotta repeat myself for people who just now watching. Alright, moving on. Society. And prince of the creative forces in humans, which he is the father of the modern man, in the form of earthly Adam and Eve, of the biblical Garden of Eden. Diodorus Siculus had said that among the Jews, Phoenicians, Greeks, and Greek Hellenes, they relate that Moses called the god Yah, Yah, and Jah. Alright? Yah, Yah, and Jah. And this is where you get, okay? I gotta say this. This is where you get, not just him because it stemmed from Yahweh, but this is where you get all these deities that name start with Yah. Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahweh. These are not the names of God. They're not the name of, end I quote, God. Alright? And none of you niggas know the name of God. Because the source doesn't necessarily have a name. A name is not worthy. And if it does, you're likely not going to be able to pronounce the proper name of the end I quote the end I quote name of the source. Alright, with the human tongue, just like with angels. These angels, their names cannot be pronounced with the human tongue. So this is why they be having all of these names for God in the Bible, and they keep on making up new Hebrew translations, like the Lashwan Kadash, for example. That language is not ancient. Okay, that language is not ancient. It's not old enough. But we're going to flush that shit in another video. Okay, right here. Hebrews, Yaldabaoth is the fiery serpent, worm of Moses, who becomes the idol brass serpent spoken about in the scriptures under Numbers 21 and 8, where it is written, so the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned, because we have spoken against the Lord, and you intercede with the Lord, that he may remove the serpent from us. And Moses interceded for the people. Then the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent, and set it on a standard, and it shall come about that everyone who is bitten when it looks at it, or when he looks at it, he will live. Okay? And Moses made a bronze serpent and set it on the standard. And it came about that if a serpent bit a man, when he looked to the bronze serpent, he lived. He lived. Therefore, when we see the symbols and references to the fiery serpent commonly known as Yaldabaoth all over the world, we can safely attribute this symbology to the original Israelites, who I believe can be directly connected to the Phoenicians, Cretans, Minoans, Ionians, Atlanteans. The serpent/worm was the standard or house insignia of their race, and later it became the phoenix, the harp, and the lion for the tribe of Judah. Moving on, right here. So this is where we gotta make a quick comparison, okay? In Pistis Sophia, Yaldabaoth is spoken of as residing in the great chaos, which is the outer mist, where with his 49 daemons, he tortures wicked souls, okay? It is from the serpent worm, Yaldabaoth, or Yaldabaoth, that humans are bestowed with the sacred knowledge of God as creator. And their destroyers, for those who transgress the universal wisdom of the natural laws of God, will be punished by the demon parasites of Yaldabaoth. Okay? So if you don't obey this God, he's going to send demons on you. If you follow this God and you don't worship him, if you don't follow his laws, he's going to send demons at you. This is the same spirit that's over the Bible. This is the same spirit that's over the Bible. This is the same spirit that's over the Bible. Alright? Let's go. He is the ruler of the world, who is the chief archon, who is the son of the creator God of Genesis, okay? And the demiurge of Platonianism. Okay, here's the thing though, with him being the son of Yahweh. The thing here about that whole son theology and whatnot, how I be saying Osiris is Horus, and I be saying he got the spirit of Horus, these monotheistic religions take out feminine energy, and they only believe in masculine energy, and they praise a cross which represents masculine energy, and it represents a phallus. And so when you look at these monotheistic religions, they like to, what we got? They like to say it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But where's the mother? Right? It's the Father, the Mother, and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is the Son. Why? Because when God has a son, when Osiris had a son, Horus had the spirit of his father. When Jesus, and I quote, incarnated on earth, he had the spirit of his father. And Jesus was called what? The Holy Spirit. So let's get this shit through our head. When they be saying these people are the sons of these certain deities, some of these deities actually be the son. All right? And I'm not talking about the son in the sky. I'm talking about their actual son. So moving on here. The meaning of the name Demiurge is maker, which makes him the creator of the material world. Okay? We live in a world that's where our light is encaptured or enclosed inside of many light particles called Metatron's cube, or where you get, it's the symbol where you get the Star of David. But we're going to get into that in a minute. Okay? Our light is inside of little mini light pixels, or little mini light prisms called Metatron's cube. Okay, let's go. This fact is the key to understanding the meaning of the role of Yaldabaoth over the material world, or the Gnostic matrix. In the Gnostic non-commodity library over the Apocryphon of John, the secret book of John, the secret revelations of John, it states that Yaldabaoth is the chief archon created by the goddess Sophia in the form of a lion-faced serpent, with the eyes were like lightning fires which flash. Okay, she cast it away from her outside that place, alright, the heavens, the pleroma, okay, that no one of the immortal ones might see it. Alright, so for she had created it in ignorance, and she surrounded it with a luminous cloud. Okay, what do that sound like? That sound like the quasar at the center of the galaxy, because that's what Ogo represents, the quasar at the center of the galaxy. Why? When that quasar had birthed these planets, they came out as planets in a sun. Ogo, see, it's right here, bro. It's the same story. The Gnostic text is the same story as the Dogon story right here, where Amma tried to birth another. Amma tried to asexually, or no, Ogo actually got impatient waiting for his twin to be fully developed. And so what he did is he came out, right? He came out incomplete because he couldn't wait for his twin to be born. His twin would have been a female. And so this is about galaxies and quasars. So People don't understand the meaning behind religion, spirituality, these books, these theologies. It's telling you ancient cosmology. These guys, a lot of these guys represent cosmic entities, because when you go back and look at, you know how they say they went into wars and shit like that, or certain civilizations got destroyed. You go back, or you go look at astrological events, because these planets are named after these guys for a reason. You go back and look at these astrological events. You're going to see these same events that took place in the cosmos that happen in these books. Why? As above, so below. Okay? As above, so below. So right here, it's telling you the same story that the Dogon told you. And so when this quasar made this solar system, it came out as planets in a sun instead of an entire entire star system. So we got planets in this solar system. We're not a star constellation. We're a solar system. And so this is why this is why he incomplete. And these planets are actually 3D planets. They're material. They're dense. This is a 3D solar system. Okay? So, let's move back on here. The important thing to remember about the story of Yahweh is that he and she is artificially created life form, said to be a lion-faced serpent with its eyes were like fiery lightning. Blah, 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 blah. I read that. He becomes the archon or spark on whatever of the human race, blah, blah, blah. So we gotta crush this shit. This is probably the last one. And then I'm gonna play a clip. I'm gonna play a video. Alright? Right here. The word archon is composed of the words arc and on, meaning a conduit of energy. Alright, that is the human sacred arc. Or arc of the testimony. Represents the original spark of divinity and knowledge that gave us Sophia or wisdom. Yaldabaoth would be akin to an arc welder that is the power supply to create an electric arc between the electrode and the base material to melt the metals. In humans, this would be the chemical energy we call phosphorus. Okay? That is the arc welder that creates an electric arc between the electrodes, being that of man and the Father, with the hopes of alchemically creating gold humans. ... Enlightened spiritual humans out of lead humans, unenlightened non-spiritual humans. So first, the very ancient name of God, okay, is Yahweh. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Because y'all, I'm telling y'all gotta remember these Yah names. Alright? This is the same deity. Written in the Greek, Yah appears a part of its derivation to have been an old mystic name of the supreme deity of the Shemites. Okay, which come from the Middle East. Okay? Hence, it was told to Moses, alright, when initiated at Horeb, okay? Mount Horeb / Mount Sinai is in Sinai, which is where Yahweh, the mountain Yahweh arose from, where he gave Moses the 10 Commandments. You know, if you ask me, that mountain is the mountain of Moloch, but I'm gonna show you all that. The cave under the direction of Jethro, the Canaanite priest of Midian. In an old religion of the Chaldean, who remains are to be found amongst the Neoplatonists, right? And Neo means new. Remember that. Neo means new. The highest divinity enthroned above the 7 heavens represented the spiritual light principle. And also conceived a Derniergus, was called Yah, who was like the Hebrew Yahweh, okay, mysterious and unmentionable, and whose name was communicated to the initiated. Okay, the Phoenicians had a supreme god whose name was trilateral and secret, and he was Yah. Okay, Yah is right there. Yaldabaoth, the name of the demiurge or failed god or false god. I mean, technically failed as well, but created when Sophia, one of the lesser aeons, tried to emanate without her counterpart, Christ. Right here. Right here. Moloch. All right, that's the mountain god. That's Moloch. That's the deity that these people like to sacrifice babies to, throw it in the fire. All right, you look at other pictures of Moloch, you see him throwing the babies in the volcano. All right, so when you look at Moloch, all right, is the biblical name of a Canaanite god associated with child sacrifice through fire or war. The name Moloch results from a dysphemic vocalization of the Second Temple period of a theonym based on the root MLK, King. And I wouldn't be surprised if Martin Luther King and Malcolm X tie into this deity, because both of them were assassinated. All right, both were assassinated. That's fact. And you see it say MLK, that means King, you know, Martin Luther King, and then the root of it is MLK. All right, his name is also Malcolm, right there, Malcolm. All right, but there are a number of Canaanite gods, all right, with names based on this root, which became summarily associated with Moloch, including biblical Malcolm, all right, great king, which appears to refer to a god of the Ammonites, as well as Tyrion, Melkart, and others. Okay? And that is him right there. Yahweh, volcano god. Yahweh, Moloch. Yahweh equals Saturn. And keep this in mind. All right, this is a crescent moon. Crescent moon. All right, now let's get into this video right here, because we gotta flush this shit all the way.
Still another alter ego of Yahweh was the God of Abraham, Bel or Ba.
The God of Abraham, because he told Abraham in the Bible to sacrifice his brother, but Abraham didn't do it. Instead, he threw a goat. He sacrificed the goat. But the people like to ignore these things about their God, and they like to say stuff like, oh, we don't do that anymore, or read the New Testament, or stuff like that. No, nigga. You have to hold your God up to his accountable for the shit he be doing in that Bible, because he didn't kill over 2 million people. Okay? And Yahweh, and you know what? Let's go.
El Shaddai, the Canaanite fire and sun god.
They like to say not to say Yahweh name because it's cursed or whatever, and so that's why they gave him the name Adonai. And they try to also say Enki is Adonai. Alright, and then if you try to make sense of that logic, Enki is also Lucifer. And Lucifer is not an evil deity. When you get Lucifer, this represents duality. Alright, Lucifer is also associated with Baphomet, but Lucifer and Baphomet. See, Lucifer and Baphomet, when you look at Baphomet, Baphomet was never evil in the past. It was not evil until the Knights of Templar got their hands on it in 1309 and gave it a negative connotation. Before that, what's it called? The Baphomet, it had nothing to do with no transsexual breasts in the phallus on the a horned deity. It wasn't none of that. It was a sometimes you would see a horned deity, but he didn't look the way these new age paintings look that we all see with the horned goat. Okay? So Baphomet represented duality. It represented polarity. This don't mean you gotta go worship the Baphomet. I'm just letting y'all know it has a bad connotation because of the Knights of Templar. And so it represented duality, darkness, lightness, good, bad, love over fear. So when you apply Lucifer to Enki, it means love over fear. It means Enki versus his brother Enlil. Okay? And sometimes you're gonna see them come up with the same. Sometimes if you're doing research on these gods, sometimes you're going to see the same name for Enki and Enlil, but they're not the same god. So this would means like they're one and the same, and this represents just like inside of you, internal conflict. The good versus the bad inside of you. Okay? Now moving on.
Spoke to Moses and said to him, I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai, but by my name Yahweh I was not known to them. Exodus 6:3, the above passage is a clumsy attempt to disguise the fact that Yahweh, before choosing to reveal his name, had two predecessors, El and Shaddai. The change in name also suggests a change in gender. El Shaddai, the thunderer, the powerful, the unchangeable, Invincible One, is one of the Judaic names of God, with its etymology coming from the influence of the Ugaritic religion upon modern Judaism. The word Shaddai, derived from the Phoenician root SHD. Shaddai.
Shout out to Ludovic Zalagi.
Was one of the many gods in Canaanite religion. El Shaddai is conventionally translated as God Almighty, while a translation of El as God or Saturn in Ugarit or Canaanite language is straightforward. The literal.
And I want y'all to know, for people who don't know, again, El is the God in the Bible. Okay? Saturn is the God in the Bible. God is the God in the Bible. We're gonna get on that word in a minute too. But El is Saturn, which is Satan, which is Cronus in Greek. Okay? That's Saturn. He eats his children. Okay? This is why when you go to church, you eat the flesh of Jesus and you drink his blood. The bread and the wine. This is why you do that. This is why you do that. El is a cannibal. El is also associated, okay, with Baal. Okay? He is Baal. So this is also, alright, where you get canny, alright, and you put ball next to it, and you get cannonball.
Meaning of Shaddai is the subject of debate. The root word of Shaddad means to overpower or to destroy. This would also give Shaddai the meaning of destroyer, representing one of the many aspects of God.
Representing one of the many aspects of God. So like I be saying, there are facets. Just like how I said about the planets, when they got the different faces, it represents a destroyer face, it represents a creator face, and the maintainer face. So when God is in the Bible, and I quote talking about wrath, he can do wrath, but you expect God to be a righteous God, right? That means he has he has one of them sides. He has a lower nature. Everything is God. Everything is God. And so we are down here in this low dimension. We are a lower aspect of God in a sense, in terms of dimension, okay? In terms of realms, because we are all God. We are all a fragmented version of God, having a human experience in this material realm, all right?
El Shaddai is also
nothing is because nothing is wrong with saying God has a nut. See, all these gods are different aspects of God. If you want to be technical, Satan is the lowest aspect of God. Okay? Satan used to be one of his angels. And I quote, right? So Satan used to be good. But when you drop down, what did he do? He fell from heaven. This means he was descended down into the lowest dimension, which is this third dimension, which is why he rules the planet Earth, which is in the 3D realm. And so these religious people don't know shit about this spiritual knowledge. They don't know about spiritual knowledge. You think you spiritual, all right? Y'all can keep on saying ain't no spirituality without religion. Last time I checked, I was born with a spirit and not a religion. But let's go.
Also known as God of natural disasters, God of the mountaintops, God of the storm, and the name is used in context with volcano stories. In Canaanite texts, the gods are
volcano stories.
Often collectively called the Sadaim, which might be interpreted as the Almighty Ones. However, the interpretation of Shaddai as Almighty has in itself been questioned, some scholars concluding that it might refer to mountains.
Because mountains can represent breasts. Okay? Niggas don't know that though.
Google, among others, believes it should be translated as breasts, the Hebrew word for a woman's breast being shad. Thus literal translations of El Shaddai may be God of the breasts or the breasted God. El Shaddai also means sustainer.
This is who Moses went to go talk to. This is who Moses got them 10 commandments from. Alright? And I'm yelling because I'm passionate about this shit. I got people out here who blind. Now I don't necessarily have a problem with a person being a Christian, with a person being a Jew or a Muslim. Well, actually, technically, I do when it comes to Judaism and Muslim, because I done had conversations with these people where we talk about their belief system, because they believe in that shit. Now they believe in that shit where well, I ain't gonna say all of them. Some of those niggas actually believe, alright, that they can have sex with they can have sex with a female soon as she hit puberty. This means she is ready to them. Okay? Which is weird as fuck. But when I have these conversations with Muslim people and Jews, whether they're Judists or just Hebrew Israelites, they give me this explanation that, oh, that law of you having to be 18 years old is created by the white man. Motherfucker, what? Now I ain't gonna say, because I looked this up years ago, and that's somewhat true. It was brought into play because a man actually didn't want his daughter having sex with other men. But this doesn't mean anything. Nobody was having sex with kids. Except, and no offense to righteous Caucasoids, but we can't ignore history. Okay? Caucasoids were raping. Okay? They came pillaging women and kids. Okay? They killed millions, tens and tens of millions, just off of disease alone. Okay? That's just off of disease. So, the Muslims, alright, Muslim, and the female Muslim even said the same shit to me. And so, when they tell you stuff like, oh, sex is okay if they reach puberty, so you saying, because it's women out here who, and I'm related to somebody who experienced this. It's women out here who reach puberty at 9 years old. And so my question to you, okay? My question to Islam, my question to Jews, Hebrew Israelites is, would you let your 9-year-old daughter, okay? Would you let your 9-year-old daughter, okay? Would you let your 9-year-old daughter engage in intercourse? Okay? I'm going to leave it right there. Let's go.
Or provider, like a mother nursing an infant. Like the Canaanites, the ancient Hebrews were polytheistic but gradually switched from polytheism to monotheism, adopting the belief in a single God, Yahweh. Their ancestors had worshipped other gods than Yahweh. Who were these gods? Biblical scholars have long noted that the God of the Hebrews had several names and epithets.
And they keep on trying to use different dialects of Hebrew to change his name from Yahweh to Yahuwah to Yahweh. It's not gonna work. It's the same deity. You're saying Yah. It's the same deity when you say his name. Okay. That YHWH. That's like, what you want me to say, bruh? I can't wait to get on that Tetragrammaton.
The earliest were Shaddai, the mountain god or the god with breasts, Elam, the lofty god, and El, the mighty father god known as Saturn. Shaddai was the chief god of the Hebrew patriarchs. El Shaddai was an Amorite or Canaanite storm god, an epithet of the Canaanite father god El, or an epithet of the Amorite El in his role as divine warrior, identified early by the Hebrew patriarchs with the Canaanite god El. Admittedly, the primitive meaning of Shaddai is obviously breast. The Hebrew word shad, plural shadaim, means breast. Scholars believe that El Shaddai was a relic of an ancient Canaanite goddess who had been transformed into a male god. Other scholars believe Shaddai means mountain god. And Jacob said to Joseph, El Shaddai appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and he blessed me.
there go the mother goddess, one of the oldest deities on the planet that Ogo is inside of, which represents the universe, and this is why it's called the beast of the belly. Not belly of the beast, okay? Beast of the belly. And so, what the fuck was Lil Uzi talking about when he made that song? I'm from the beast of the belly. Really ain't shit you could tell me. I'm from the beast of the belly. I'm from the beast of the belly. Really ain't shit you could tell me. My bitch and her name is Keisha. That was your mama. Pull them out and swallow. Hang with the killers and robbers. Like, you're saying it over and over. Are you saying that you're Satan? Like, I didn't heard him and seen him say some satanic shit, some weird shit. But you know, hey. And we know the universe, that fourth dimension would represent the abyss where the Nephilim spirits got put. Okay, they got nailed. But let's go.
And said to me, I will make you fertile and numerous. And Shaddai who blesses you, blessings of the breast and womb. Genesis 48:3-4, 49:25. This would make Abraham's God the God of the breasts, or a hermaphroditic deity, a male god who had incorporated female characteristics. This is not uncommon among fertility religions. Dionysus is among the very.
This would make Abraham's God the god of the breast, or a hermaphroditic deity. Okay? Like, what the fuck? Pay attention. Read your Bibles. Okay? And not only that, learn to step outside of your Bible and study not just your Bible, because these people depend on their Bible for spiritual knowledge, which you're not going to get real spiritual knowledge from that. They depend on their Bible for life. They depend on their Bible for science. And they don't, for example, Hebrew Israelites, they don't fully believe in DNA. They expect they shit to say, oh, I'm 2/3, or I'm 20% Canaanite and 50% Shem and goddamn 30% Canaanite, some shit. Like, y'all, they expect the tribes to be on there. Okay? That tribe shit is fake. That tribe shit is fake. And I'm gonna be proving that in another video. But in case y'all don't want to wait, just know that you can look this up on YouTube. What's it called? That the shit was created by a person who in that quote, okay, had a vision. Okay. But let's get it.
Gods of this sort who had feminine qualities. Nonetheless, El Shaddai is a feminine noun. This is the Hebrew equivalent of Mother Nature. Greek translators suppressed the feminine translation of Shaddai to maintain an image of male strength.
They all of these, everywhere. They trying to take the woman out. Okay? They trying to take the woman out and just make the God, and I quote, a man. They think everything came from a man. And hypothetically speaking, if it wasn't a feminine deity, okay, it was a hermaphroditic deity. Okay? A hermaphroditic deity, meaning it's androgynous and asexual. It's both masculine and feminine. It can give birth. It can create, which is a feminine characteristic. Okay? So, that's just facts. Alright? That's a Luciferian deity. Nothing is wrong with Lucifer unless you're looking at it from lower polarity, aka lower vibration, whatever, because it represents duality. So if you let's say you worshipped the dark aspect of Lucifer, who you think you worshiping, my guy? You're worshiping Set.
Author Bob Madison in his book titled Now and Then states, Enlil's youngest son Adad. His name was Ishka, and his cult animal was the bull, which meant he of the mountain land. The Sumerian Ish was rendered Shadu in Akkadian, so that El Shadu became the biblical El Shaddai. Scholars speak of Adad, whom the Hittites called Teshub, as a storm god, always depicted with a lightning thunder.
A storm god, remember that. A storm god, right?
And wind blowing, and thus the god of rains. The morning sun rising above the mountains is depicted on a cylinder seal, inscribed with the Sumerian designation of the sun god as Dim-Me, Ut-Ah, or Saturn, that is the sun god or god Shaddai. Saturn is the Babylonian pronunciation of the Assyrian Shaddim, or Shaddi, meaning mountains, and is also equivalent to Suti, which is explained as high places, hilltops. There can be little doubt that this old Babylonian title is the origin of the enigmatical Hebrew Shaddai. While Dim-Me means creator, Dim-Me Saturn simply translates as creator of the mountains. The Sumerians thought that the sun rose and set behind a twin mountain, the mountain of the east and west, which day by day guarded its rising and setting. Twin mountains solidly links this with Tubal's breasts translation. Understanding that Mother Earth's breasts was a metaphor for twin mountains. El Shaddai was identical with the El, that is El Shaddi of the Semitic Assyrians, the Dim-Me Saturn and Ishkur of the ancient Sumerians, the El Shaddai
This robot technically destroying the God of the Bible.
Of the Akkadians, and the El Elim, or highest god of Melchizedek. All the references to Abraham's.
If you don't know who Melchizedek is, Melchizedek was considered a priest of Anu. Okay, so I ain't fucking with that. Let's go.
God are in the form of El, such as El Shaddai, God of the mountain, sometimes also referred to as the Almighty in the heavens, suggesting an astral deity. If it was Moses who gave the Israelites their God Yahweh, this God Yahweh was fused or
They got their God from the Canaanites.
Synchronized with the gods, El and Shaddai.
Alright, see that? Let's go. let's go. Ain't even gotta get too deep into that. So right here, you gotta take this into consideration, okay? Who is Yahweh? Let's refer to Samuel 24:1. And again, the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against him to say, go number Israel and Judah. Alright? So, now let's cross-refer that statement above to Chronicles 21:1. Okay? Right here. And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. Okay? Did you read that? Yahweh was kindled. Let's move back up here to Samuel. Okay? In case you missed that. And again, the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against him to say, go number Israel. Okay? Move down here. And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. Is it really like this? Okay? Okay? I don't say this. It's the Bible. Gen 3:1 through 8. Satan came in the form of a hissing serpent. Now compare the verse above to the verse below. Okay? Satan came in the form of a hissing serpent. Okay? And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh shall hiss. Explain to me, okay? Explain to me. What the fuck is the God in the Bible doing? Hissing. Why is he making snake sounds? So what you talking about? What you talking about? Right here. Right here. Cause you know, well, matter of fact, yeah, let's look at this. These specular lights, because remember the centers or the poles of Saturn. And spectacular light shows are caused by an energetic solar wind that sweeps over the planets, much like it does on Earth. Okay, however, unlike on Earth, Saturn's auras can be seen only in ultraviolet light and therefore are only visible from space using instruments sensitive to ultraviolet radiation. Okay, and I put this right here because like Saturn, we know Saturn is Satan. Alright, he had a league of demons, right? He had a league of demons, just like Scar had this league of what's they called hyenas, right? Not to mention female hyenas can be hermaphrodites, and they can mate with other female hyenas. Not only that, they don't necessarily like to. But anyway, yeah, and I believe those planets, those moons, all the moons around Saturn will represent his army of demons. All right, now we're going to get into the moons in just a minute. Not Saturn's moons, but we're going to get into the moon in a minute. Now right here it says Saturn relates to the third eye. All right, it don't mean he rules the third eye, okay? Now, Saturn relates to the third eye. When our Saturn is working well, we are able to think clearly and with great insight, okay? The key message is I see, okay? I see. I told y'all about that affirmation, okay? Saturn helps us understand the consequences of our actions, okay? And the natural laws of karma, time, and life. And this is why they say Satan tortured people for their sins they committed in the physical world. Saturn is about bounds, restrictions, and limitations, all right? And discipline. And so wherever you have Saturn in your natal chart, that may be a part of your life where you may have to learn that. That may be a part of your life where you have problems and you have to learn to overcome them in your life. All right? And what does Saturn do? What does Satan do to people when they pass it, or when they praise him, or whatever? When you're being tested, you get blessed. Okay, Saturn blesses. Okay, we gonna get into that because he got way too many names. He got way too many names. So right here, we have to compare. Because I have to break this down for people who don't understand. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all an important story. Okay, or a very common story. Right here, right? So we got Lion King, and some people probably wondering why the fuck I got this right here. Every lecture I put a cartoon to show y'all they put the truth in cartoons or shows, movies, whatever. Right here you got Lion King. Let's start with Mufasa. You got Mufasa, which is the father. You got Simba, which is the son. You got Scar, alright, which is the brother of the father. You got Nala, which is the consort of the son, Simba. You have Rafiki, who was like the I want to say the teacher, something like Piccolo was to Simba. Then you got Serafina, which is Isis. Okay, that we just gonna put it out there. Mufasa is Osiris, Simba is Horus, Scar is Set, Nala is Hathor. Hathor is also a lion-headed deity. Serafina is Isis, Rafiki is Thoth, and Thoth is also symbolized by a baboon. All right, and then you got Ed, Banzai, and Shinzai, which represents Satan's League of Demons. Okay, now what happened in Lion King? Okay, Simba was just a young. He was born. Simba was just a young kid. His uncle Scar was a devious, malicious being, right? Who was manipulative. So he manipulated Simba, enticed him to go to a dangerous place. He went to the dangerous place and almost got murked by Scar's League of Demons, Set's League of Demons, the hyenas, right? They came back. Okay. Simba trying to run for his life. Mufasa tried to help him. We all saw Lion King. Mufasa tried to help him. Alright? Scar pushed Mufasa off the mountain. Mufasa dies. Okay? Simba runs away. He's raised in the jungle. He comes back. Alright? Well, right before he come back, you got Scar trying to get Serafina to be his queen. Okay? Now, Simba come back and they fight. Okay? He fights Scar. Now, let's look at this in Egypt theology. Okay? Same story. Horus, Osiris. He had an evil brother named Set, who is Satan. This is Osiris right here. This is Set, aka Satan in Egypt. He was jealous of his brother. Okay? This is why the God in the Bible says he's a jealous God. Okay? But anyway, he was jealous of his brother. His brother, Satan wanted to rule Upper and Lower Egypt. Okay, so he killed his brother. Okay, he killed his brother. When he killed Osiris, he tried to get Isis to be the goddess of the moon. Now, if you want to be technical, she doesn't necessarily rule the moon. That was only said by Manetho. Nobody was saying that until Manetho said it. Okay? But moving on. He tried to get her to be the ruler of the moon. Okay? Just like Scar tried to get Seraphina to be his queen after he killed Mufasa. Now, Set tried to molest Horus. This is where you get in Dogon theology, Ogo trying to use the placenta, aka the sun, to create planets. Now, Horus, when Osiris dies, he is resurrected as Horus. Horus comes back and kills Satan. Okay? It's the same ass story. It's the same ass story. They got it from Egypt. The Lion King, they got it from the from Egypt. They got it from Kemet. Okay? That's just facts. That's just facts. So we gotta get into this video right here, which is a very great, awesome video that I think people should check out. This channel. This is oh, I'm gonna press play, so y'all ain't gotta be waiting for me to harp because I gotta get this dude name.
I was particularly enchanted by something Velikovsky proposed in a work still unpublished at the time. He claimed that, in the earliest remembered epoch, the planet Saturn dominated the sky, close to the Earth, presiding over the mythic Golden Age. It was an outrageous idea, and yet I found in it the inspiration for a life's work. Ancient cultures the world over insisted that an exemplary sun once ruled the sky. For the Egyptians, this former power was the creator Atum Ra.
The channel name is Thunderbolts Project. They propose and they bring the electric universe theory to the forefront. Okay? And you know, I wouldn't call it a theory because I myself, before I even knew about this, I myself have been proven that the universe and God is electric. Like, there's electromagnetic fields around everything. There's Birkeland currents going through every planet. There is thunder and lightning. There is gamma rays, which are electric. The universe itself is electric and is synonymous to your brain, which is also electric. Not only that, you exist in the goddamn cosmos too. You are comprised of the same elements. So everything is technically electric. We're operating off of light. What is light? Well, I mean, what is electricity? Electricity is light. But when we're talking about electricity on this planet in this dense form, it is ruled by That is why it's electricity. And so our light, that is why our light is inside of Metatron's cubes, little in real life light particles. Okay? And so when we in the sun, when this goddamn, whatever you want to call it, this end of the world or apocalypse, the ascension process, the event, all these events, but when the sun, what I'm saying is when the sun shoots these light flares and it activates your DNA codes, your light is going to come out them light particles. That's what I'm saying. You're going to become a light being. I've been explaining this shit to y'all since I made my channel. Okay? Alright? And the time is getting closer. The time is getting closer. But ironically, Hebrew Israelites are saying the same thing. And they're saying God is going to come in a chariot and whatnot. Is going to be a chariot in the sky. So is God an extraterrestrial? My nigga, what you mean a chariot? Yahuwashi Bahashem Yahweh, or Yahweh Bahashem Yahuwashi, and I quote, is coming in a goddamn chariot, aka an aircraft. So basically they saying their God is an extraterrestrial. Okay? That's what they're saying. And they don't realize that. But let's move on. When they think this white bearded dude is about to come out the sky, and they think that these people think that life outside of this life is very similar. They think that you're going to be doing physical human shit in the afterlife. They think that this tie in to that whole prophecy I've been talking about extraterrestrials coming and people being tricked into getting onto a spacecraft of demonic entities that's gonna come and say they are the Messiah. Now, Messiah means serpent king, okay? It means lizard king, and so I don't want to make no I don't want to make this shit all skeptical and all mysterious and shit. But I'm telling y'all, this is what people have been saying for over a decade. That this is what they've been preparing for. This is what Project Blue Book is. They already started. They already did the shit in Michigan with a fake holographic spacecraft in the air. They're going to be doing that with deities. They're going to be putting Jesus in the air. They already been doing that. They're going to be putting other civilization deities in the air. Their savior figures, like Krishna, for example. They're going to be thinking that their God is here. These prophecies in the Bible were put in the Bible by Freemasons. That is, ain't no God knew no goddamn microchip. It was going to be listen, the mark of the beast. I knew about this even when I was a Christian. It's already happening. But what I'm saying is, God didn't predict a microchip. Okay? It's a mark of the beast. Okay? We of course the chip represent a what's it called? A mark of the beast. But again, but it's like how I can't even because it should be known by now that these prophecies are happening because they're making them happen. Okay? When they put 5G out, it was killing animals. Okay? In the Bible and Revelations, it say animals will be dropping. Okay? There'll be dead animals in the sea. I've named multiple lakes with dead fish popping up. I've named places where dead birds were found on the concrete. Okay?
Ruling from the center.
And you know, these people like to say, oh, I be seeing things in the Bible happen in real life. I see miracles in the Bible happen. Motherfucking miracles happen all the time. Things happen all the time. Synchronicity happen all the time. Divine things happen all the time. Things in the Bible ain't the only things happening. The Bible, just because it's said in the Bible and it happened, don't mean the Bible foretold it. This stuff is bound to happen that's in the Bible. Not only that, these prophecies in the Bible, some of these prophecies are actually told by the Mayans. They're told by the Hopi. They're told by the Dogon. They're told by the Sumerians. But when you tell them this, they're going to say things like, do those texts tell about the mark of the beast? Do they tell us about a microchip? So you telling me God, I knew about microchips. Not saying God is limited and can't tell the future. But again, okay, a microchip, an electronical microchip, when there was no such thing as these, when that God, and I quote, claims to have in the Genesis, when that God claims to have created the earth, all right, and ended on Saturday, which is Saturn's day, which is a day that Jews they go off of moon cycles, and they make they do Sabbath on a Saturday. Okay? Saturn's day. Satan. Do y'all know what deity y'all follow? My bad. I know I'm harping. All right.
And summit of the sky. In ancient Mesopotamia, we see the primeval sun as a great turning wheel in the heavens. And the astronomers named this body as the planet Saturn. It was from the Romans that we received the planet's name, Saturn. But an archaic Latin name for Saturn was Sol, the sun. In earlier Greek texts,
you heard that? He said an archaic Latin name for Saturn is Sol, that's S-O-L, just like the sun we have now. Okay.
The planet Saturn, called Kronos, was also named Helios.
Also named Helios, like the sun. Hellenistic, heliocentric.
The sun. Even the alchemists preserved this preposterous identity.
Hey, I fuck with this music, but YouTube, listen, don't fuck with my video. Alright? Don't fuck with my video.
They called Saturn the best sun. Best sun, superior sun, exemplary sun. The core idea always pointed directly to the axis of the sky, the celestial pole around which the heavens visually turn. As improbable as it may seem, this is where the Egyptians located their primeval sun god, Atum.
Okay, alright, right there. Hold up, because we gotta keep it going. We gotta keep it going. Look at the top of Saturn. This is on the top and the bottom of Saturn. It got a hexagon. Hex, as in 6. Okay, and right here you have the Kaaba Mecca, which is a black cube. We already flushed this shit in my zoology video, but it's the black cube that Muslims like to dance around and pray to, and go visit, and make salat and whatnot. So y'all pray to this black cube, right? A black cube, and don't know what this black cube is. Alright, but you think you do because your Quran or your doctrine told you this is the cube of Saturn, my guy. It's all over the world. It's many of them all over the world, and there are energetic vortexes underneath some of them. I want to say all of them, but I haven't been to all of them. And I know this is why things disappear near the Bermuda Triangle. But anyway, they're called stargates or vortexes, and they are known to open up spontaneously around the planet. Okay, so even it's all over the planet. It's black cubes. They represent Saturn. What happens when you're in a cube? All right, when you just if you ever watched the movie Cube, if you're in a cube, you're just in a prison. You just like when you're in your room, when your room is meant for rest. Okay, but you in a cube, if you just in there, you're stagnant. You're becoming like spiritually dead. Okay, it represents imprisonment. So right here, you know, you got. Let me make this big. Matter of fact, let me boom right here. You had to get that in front of these other ones. Dude, make it big, yeah. All right, right here, dude. Do you see that? Do you see me making it big and it's not getting bigger? Do y'all see that? But anyway, hopefully, see, I'm gonna try this one more time. Pull it with the cursor. All right. Anyway, yeah. What I wanted to show y'all is this Teflon thing right here. And there go the Star of David, by the way. We gonna flush that too. But yeah, it's everywhere. Even with the cross, but it's called Teflon. Okay? This is a Teflon. Right here. This black cube headband they wearing. Who they praising? Who they praying to? Alright? Because in this video, I'm getting on all 3 of the main major religions. I'm getting on all 3 of y'all today. Like, you're not safe. You're not safe. Okay? Y'all wearing this black cube. Y'all look weird as shit. Okay? Now, I ain't... Hey, listen. I'm not calling you weird. You know I'm trolling. But the thing is, regardless of if I'm trolling or not, my nigga, you have on a black cube that represents Satan. Okay? You have a black cube that represents Satan. Okay? That I am not trolling about. Matter of fact, I take back what I said. All you niggas look silly. I'm going. Right here. Right here. I just...
Ancient chroniclers insisted that the planet Saturn, now just a speck in the sky, had presided over the Golden Age. an epoch of abundance, cosmic harmony, and grandeur. The archaic name of Italy was Saturnia, and tradition held that this very name was given to the original site of Rome. The Sabbath, the special day of rest and reverence, was Saturni Dies, Saturn's Day, a day honored throughout the Mediterranean, the Near East, and beyond. The popular Roman festival, Saturnalia, was a symbolic return to the Saturnia Regna, Saturn's reign, the Golden Age. Much symbolic content of our own New Year's and Christmas celebrations will trace to the Roman Saturnalia and related ancient festivals. In one form or another, every culture that remembered Saturn's reign regarded the planet god as the father of kings, the father of the nation or the race.
Because damn near everybody was worshiping Satan at one point.
Ancient traditions identified the Ugaritic and Hebrew El as Saturn.
The Ugaritic and Hebrew El as Saturn.
And it was said that the Israelites once saw themselves as Saturn's children. In the same way, the Greeks,
The Hebrew Israelites, the Greeks, the Romans, and the Italians considered themselves children of Satan, descendants of Satan, Satan being their father. All right, let's go.
invoked Kronos as their first father. And the Romans insisted that they were the true descendants of Saturn, arriving in Italy through the adventures of the legendary ancestor Aeneas. But there was a dark side to Saturn, reflecting the catastrophic end of the Golden Age. This was when, in the words of Manilius, Saturn, the first father, fell to the opposite end of the world axis. This sudden onset of chaos, when heaven itself seemed to fall out of control, has haunted civilizations across the millennia, erupting as doomsday anxiety, the fear that what happened once will happen again. It's almost impossible to believe that ancient people sacrificed their own children, either symbolically or literally, to the planet god Saturn. Saturn was remembered as the devourer of his own children, and as Moloch, demanding sacrifice, and as El, or the Elohim, commanding Abraham to sacrifice his own son.
Right, you see? Look at that. Ha! They go to goat right there.
Isaac.
Why would God tell you to sacrifice your brother? Come on now. Hold your God up accountable to the shit he been doing, alright? Because this guy is not only accountable, he's also racist, alright? Otherwise, okay, explain how black skin and an elongated phallus is a curse, huh? Because in that quote, Hamites, aka North Africans, and their descendants, Canaanites, are in that quote cursed with black skin and kinky hair. How is that a curse? How is that a curse? If that same kinky hair, okay, has 9 ether spiral, which is 1.618, which is the golden ratio of the universe. So kinky hair is divine hair, okay? It's just like those, your hair are antennae, or antennae, okay? They absorb energy from the sun. They absorb light codes from the sun, okay? They absorb rays. They absorb delta waves, epsilon waves from the sun into your hippocampus, okay? And so, and into your hypothalamus. And so your hair are just like those coily telephone cords. When you're absorbing sunlight through your hair and into your scalp, okay? You're absorbing light codes, you're absorbing information, you're absorbing photons, all right? Light equals information. But the vast majority of the planet don't know this, and when you tell them that, they think that you mean when you go in the sun, oh, you're going to be getting sentences in your head and shit like that, or seeing mathematical equations. No, all right? It's not even necessarily like that. You're going to be gaining downloads of information, all right, of stuff that is hidden knowledge. This is where enlightenment comes from. You're going to be full of light. And so you're going to start having epitomes. Just in real life, it's going to be like you got light bulbs popping up on top of your head. So oftentimes throughout the day, all right, when you've been in the sun, all right, you're going to start having realizations about things. Things in life is going to start making sense. ETZ. Okay? Light equals information. Information, knowledge equals power. Okay? Alright? You can, if you have knowledge, alright, not to keep pausing it, and I'm not telling you to do this, but if you are very knowledgeable, very wise, you can manipulate anybody. You can manipulate a person, okay, if you have that knowledge. If you have this is why, and that's not why knowledge is power, because obviously, okay, if you got a lot of knowledge, if you know how to make a goddamn building, okay, that is very powerful. If you can go and make, what's it called? If you can go make a battery, an electrical battery, all right, that is power. Knowledge is power. That's godly. Okay, it's people out here who can't even chisel a triangle in stone. Okay, it's people out here who can't even draw a simple sun. Okay, and so that being said, let's keep it going.
In the face of evidence that cannot be denied, the reasonable course is to bring the catastrophic source of these memories into the light of day.
Notice this thing right here. That's the Kundalini. That's the Caduceus.
My book, The Saturn Myth, published by Doubleday in 1980, began the reconstruction of a spectacular formation formerly seen in the sky, a gathering of planets looming immense above the ancient witnesses.
Star, peep the moon, just like the horns, like I showed
I was working with the myth.
It's the horns, like I showed y'all. Now we got to get more deep into this, because right here, all right, you have the a triangle, and you have a triangle, and you have the lower triangle. We got to get on that Star of David, because they like to walk around wearing this. Okay, this is not a Star of David. It's also called the Star of Ramphon. It's also called Saturn Star. It's also called the Chiun Star. Chiun Star is Chiun is Saturn. So right here it says the blade, male, phallic, alright, fire, sword. You got the triangle pointing down, phallic, female, womb, water, cup. Alright, then you get them to put them together, you get balance, divine union, air, earth, Star of David. Now, see, people think the Star of David is a Bible, it's an engraven symbol. It don't come from the Bible. This is older than the Bible. Alright? This is older than Earth. This is older than Earth. This is a light particle. Okay, this has to do with light. Not just it got to do with balance, but it got to do with light as well. Okay? And so we talking, see, when you look at this picture right here, which is a Freemasonic picture, you have them right here as well. Okay? You got right here, you got earth right here, you got water, you got air, you got right here is fire. This this one, let me, I don't want to confuse y'all, so let me start, because that should be confusing me too a little bit with the lines on them. You gotta make sure you notice them lines that's on this. There it is right here. Boom. All right, so look at this right there. 4 elements. This is alchemy. Okay. The ones with the lines represent air and earth, right? So air, earth. All right. Boom. Hold up. Air, earth, fire, water, the Byron is pointing up because of ether, and you know water is downward on the earth. All right, and so what this means is as above, so below. Okay, this is Luciferian, but you know when they are pushing Lucifer, and the way they praise Lucifer is they invert it, even though it represents duality and polarity, they invert it. All right, for example, how do I put this? Because it's kind of confusing how they do it. They take good and use it for bad, and take bad and use it for good. That's how they represent Lucifer. That's how they represent this energy. Right? Just like with black magic. Magic is not evil. But if you use it for evil, or you're doing evil things with it, it's going to come off as evil to somebody. Alright? Especially to somebody who doesn't use it or know what it is. Alright, so right here you got the sun and you got the moon. More duality. You got the eye right here. You got the Freemasonic symbol. Okay, this is all Freemasonic. Even the Freemasonic symbol look like the Star of David. Okay, and this is the second of the 7 Hermetic principles. As above, so below, even as within, and so without. Okay, because everything up there is a reflection of what's down here, and you are a reflection of everything that's in you is a reflection of everything that's outside of you. Okay, now right here, all right, because all of these religions, all of these doctrines pray to Saturn. You got right here you got Islam. They dance around and pray to the black Kaaba Mecca cube. Across, if you ever unboxed a box, if you ever did a job where you boxing, you know if you unroll a box and make a cross, and right here you got the cube, and right here you got the hexagon. So it's right there in your face. It's right there in your face. It's right there in your face. Right there, the cube. Right here, the cube. Right here. They represent and pray to the cube right here. So we gotta flush this goddamn star, okay? Because it's gonna pop up in that video I'm showing y'all. Alright? And I want y'all to know what this is, because you can't be just looking at something and you don't know what it is, because you're not gonna grasp a full understanding. Alright? So Lucifer is light bringer. Okay, the thing about Lucifer is that he is only mentioned one time in the Bible, and then you get other mentions of a morning star. We know morning star is technically Lucifer. Okay, the morning star is Venus, the planet Venus, because why? Venus is the brightest planet, not star, planet in the solar system. Okay, now we're gonna have to get into Venus in a minute, but look, Dawnbreaker for the same planet is a Latin name for the planet Venus. Okay, in its morning appearance, and is often used for mythological and religious figures associated with the planet. So right here you got Chiun is identified with the Akkadian Kajuanu. Okay, Kajuanu. In Akkadian intervocalic, M comes to be pronounced like W, and so M was often written or written even for original W. The stadium sometimes sag us the appellation of the star god Saturn, hence Aramaic QR or Kuanan. Alright. This is the Chiun star. You type in Chiun star, you're going to get that. You're going to get that. Alright? You're going to get that. And so when you look at pictures like this, we know your body is a star. You spread your arms out, you are a star. We know we're made out of stardust. Alright? We are affected by the moon because it affects our water particles in our body. Not only that, it affects your moods, your emotions, and your menstruation cycle. Not only that, it pulls tides of water that's on the earth. So, water, the moon is also associated with the sign Cancer, okay, which also has to do with water, feminine energy. So, right here, you got these two stars. You got a regular star, which represents a female, and then you have a male star. It has the phallus. Leg, arm, head, arm, leg. Vagina. Arm, head, arm, leg, phallus. Okay? Okay? Okay. Right here, you have the cross. We know the cross represents masculine energy. Okay? One thing I will say about this cross as well, alright? Jesus ain't die on no cross. And this is... Ooh, I'm getting ringing in my ear as soon as I said that. Hold up. But yeah, we know Jesus ain't died on no cross. He died on the tree. It's in scripture. Do I have to pull this scripture up? Do I have to? Let me see. Let me go. Max 5:30. Because we getting this shit out today. Oop. Oop. I wouldn't even type Max 5:30. Check this out. Check it out. Cause niggas thinking this dude still died on the tree. I mean on the cross. It say he died on it. Right here you got cross, right? Right here you got cross in these new versions. You got cross in these new versions. These new versions. Right here. King James. The God of our fathers raised up Jesus, whom ye slew and hanged on a tree. This is King James. Okay? This in the Old Testament. Alright? It's in the New King James Version. It's right there. It's right there. It's a tree. He died on a tree. And so, you come back over here, right? You come back over here, you got this phallus, this male symbol. It don't got no feminine energy. So this is why the Africans and the Egyptians used the Ankh. Because the Ankh represents masculine and feminine energy. Right here you have the phallus, right? Excuse me, sorry. Right here you have the womb. Okay? And this is why you will see certain pictures with this Ankh with hands holding up a sun. Okay? Holding up a sun, like S-O-N, S-U-N, Horus, Ra. Okay? And you see Capri right there in the middle, the scarab beetle with the sun, which represents a sun god. Okay? So the Ankh represents creation. It represents life and healing. Okay? This right here is this is masculine energy. Alright? This is a phallus. Okay? This has to do with just male energy. Okay? And so you're out of balance. And this is why people don't believe in God having a wife when Yahweh was actually married to Ashura. Okay? But they toss her to the side. They act like all these other people in the Bible don't ain't necessarily that important, when these people are actually Egyptian gods who have been given European names. And they keep on saying, oh, the people in you got people debating whether or not the people in the Bible is black or white. Personally, I'm going to say these are Egyptian people, okay? Because it's the same story that's in Egypt. I already proved this in too many videos. I compared the stories and everything, okay? These are Egyptian deities. They're gods. They're not just people, what they call prophets. These are gods, okay? These are gods who have been given European names. And so how the fuck are these European names in the Bible going to be black people? Okay? And I'm not saying there's not black people out here with European names, but you have to use your brain. This book is old, okay? You got people protecting these people that's in the Bible, right? And protecting this Bible with their life. This is why people are out here insecure, they confused, they mentally ill, because they following these religions and it's making you that way and it's confusing you. You don't know what to do, you don't know what to look at, you don't know where to go, you just are you confused because of this Bible. And this Bible is putting you under an illusion. And you think that the afterlife is going to be like this, but you're going to be on heaven. No. No. Do you think that you're taking this physical vessel out of this life? I want to know that. Right here, you got Venus. All right, that's Venus right there. Okay, because I have to make a statement. Right here, you got Venus, right? So we have to get on the moon. We have to get on the moon. We see this moon every day. I didn't prove that it was a hologram. Okay. And when I say prove, because people still, when they hear you say prove, they are, oh, this nigga bullshit. Go look at my older videos, bro. Just go look at my older video, my older lectures, my cosmic intention videos, etc. I'm always talking about cosmology. I'm always talking about religion. I'm always talking about theologies. I'm always talking about spirituality, metaphysics, and esoterics. Okay? Alright? Right here. Zulu legend believed the moon to be hollow and home of the Hitori, aka Chitori, aka lizard people that live in Central Africa, have been spotted in Central Africa. We will be doing a video on that. The legend states, okay, moon was brought here hundreds of generations ago by two brothers, Wawane and Mpanku, okay, Wawane and Mpanku, known as the Water Brothers, okay, and they both had scaly skin like a fish. Wawane and Mpanku stole the moon in the form of an egg from the great fire dragon, okay, and emptied it out like yolk, and it was hollow, okay. Then they rolled the moon across the sky to the earth, which brought about cataclysmic events, okay, on the planet that ended the golden age of the past. Okay, why this is important? Venus is said to be a dragon because it has a bunch of volcanoes and is not really inhabitable, okay, for humans, okay. So Venus is the only planet besides Mercury, the only, and I quote, planet besides Mercury, okay, that does not have a moon in our solar system. And so, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. So, hold up, let me plug my charger in. I don't want my shit to die. All right, let's go. So, right here it say specifically, there are channelings claiming that the moon is an artificial creation and it is part of a system that inhibits the evolution of humanity. Interesting are views of G. Gurdjieff and Madame Blavatsky. Everything living on the earth, people, animals, plants, is food for the moon. The moon is a huge living, breathing being. Okay, if it's, well, actually, I don't necessarily. Okay, matter of fact, if it's hollow, it technically got an electromagnetic field. Well, let me take that back. Sorry about that. Actually, moons don't have a magnetic field. They have an electric field, but not a magnetic field. But it's hollow, so hey, it's probably not breathing, but still alive. So it's like a dead planet, basically. So everything living on the earth, people, animals, plants, is food for the moon. The moon is a huge living being feeding upon all that lives and grows on the earth. Okay? That's out of Madame Blavatsky's mouth herself. They both agree the moon is vampirizing the life of Earth, or life forms on Earth. The moon can perfectly gather and condense dark energies, giving the opportunity to transform them. Many development methods have been created using the cycles of the moon and its influence. All magical rituals and spiritual practices in full and new moon become more powerful. Unfortunately, many have used the moon's power for negative and selfish purposes. They were too much attached or attracted by his invisible dark side. Okay? And so we're going to get into who he is, or he is. Okay? So even we can't go off of science when they be saying shit like, oh, the earth was spinning around and maybe a piece of the earth came off and created the moon. Ain't none of that shit. Let's read. Evidence has also been found in other parts of the world, in Bolivia, okay? Symbols on the walls. Right? Symbols on the wall of the court of Colossasia, built in 13,000 BC, okay, that's 15,000 years ago, provides evidence that the moon came into orbit around the earth at a specific moment in time thousands of years ago, okay? Long before what mainstream historians refer to as recorded history. ... Moreover, the calendar date is the same site provides evidence that a smaller satellite once rotated around the Earth. Okay. I don't know. Okay, the oral tradition of Colombian Indians, the Bogota blah 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 East Coast. Okay, the oral tradition of Colombian Indians of the Bogota highlights in the eastern Cordilleras of Colombia refer to a time before the moon, in the earliest time when the moon was not yet in the heavens. Okay, see, and then when you go here, it has been documented by Apollonius, Democritus, and Anaxagoras taught that there were a time when the earth was without a moon. Aristotle wrote that it was a time without the moon. Wrote that in Greece before it inhibited. Hellenes had a population of Pelasgians and blah blah blah. And you know, these people were called proselenes, and pro is sometimes mean beforehand, and Selene is another name for the moon. And then you got Plutarch, which I heard was actually not a real person, but right here, he and Nago documented a time when there wasn't a moon. Censorin is documented a time when there wasn't a moon. All of these times been documented when there were in a moon, and people being on a planet who were called, and I quote, proselenes, because they were here before Selene, before the moon. Okay, so we have to flush this shit all the way right here. So when you look at Venus, right, it say Venus is often named as Earth's twin because both worlds share a similar size, surface composition, and have an atmosphere with a complex weather system. Both planets have almost the same size and density, and Venus is only 30% closer to the sun than Earth. Okay, and so Venus also used to be inhabitable and looks somewhat like Earth. And so the reason I'm showing this is because when you look at Mercury, it looks like a moon. Okay, and Mercury is the smallest planet in our solar system. End I quote planet. Where did Mercury come from? Mercury doesn't have a moon. Okay, if you know anything about Thoth, Thoth is associated with Mercury. Thoth is also Hermes. Hermes is associated with Mercury. Hermes and Thoth is also Mercury in Rome, who is associated with Mercury. So Mercury is also associated with your throat chakra. Mercury is also associated with speech in astrology. Okay, now Thoth is a god of speech, and they say when Ra spoke, that is when Thoth came into existence. So from my understanding, we know your throat chakra is where the Kai is. That's where your etheric double is. That chakra. Okay, that's the etheric body. When I'm reading about Thoth, it's like almost all gods trace back to him. He is also Lucifer. All right, you're going to see pics of him with a staff in the caduceus, but he represents Lucifer, and he also is linked and is associated with Hathor. Hathor is the planet Venus. So, did Mercury come from Venus? Did our moon come from Venus? Okay? Because scientists want to act like the shit is impossible. Scientists want to keep on making up theories. Okay? Let's be realistic. A lot of the shit we see in our solar system can be explained by going back and reading ancient texts, and I've been proving this. I've been proving this. Especially with my Cosmic Intention series. Now, right here. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, so we have to flush Yah. We have to flush Jah. We have to flush Yahweh, Yariek, Yahu, Yahweh, Yeshua, whatever you want to call him. He has to get flushed now!
Of the so-called Israelites. Yeah, the Egyptian moon god, and Yahweh.
And I want to point out something. The Egyptian god Yah, he came into the picture in the 18th dynasty of Egypt. He does have hieroglyphics, and they do have his name in Middle Netter / Cometian language. So, even though, because Hebrews and Jews like to argue that, oh, this is not the name of our God, or it may be the same, blah, blah, blah. My God. Your God's name and this God, Yah, are the same because they both stem from this God, Yariek, okay? Which y'all got from the Canaanites. Y'all also got Hebrew from the Canaanites, alright?
Yarek, the Canaanite moon god.
Strong's H3394, Yareach, Yareach.
Yeah, Ray, Buck. Yah. Moon. Ray. Sun. Buck. Light.
And shout out to this channel because, yeah, that's the name right there. That's the name right there. Maru Netter Tkot.
Shine, Yarek, in Canaanite mythology, Yarkabal, in Phoenician, also written as
Who?
Jera, or Jorah, Hebrew spelling Yareak, is a moon god, whose epithets are illuminator of the heavens, illuminator of the myriads of stars, and Lord of the sickle.
Lord of the sickle. Alright? Pay attention. Wait. Pay attention. Lord of the sickle. Lord of the sickle, he got the scythe. It represents the moon also. Don't forget that. Saturn. Saturn is a complex figure. Because of his multiple associations in long history, he was the first god of the Capitol. Known since most ancient times as Saturnius Mons, okay, and was seen as a god of generation, dissolution, plenty, wealth, okay, keep these in mind, plenty and wealth, agriculture, periodic renewal and liberation. Okay, boom. Okay, boom. So when you praying to God, this is who you praying to. Okay? This is not a good deity. Like, this is not a righteous deity. Okay? So people gonna say, oh, that's not the same, that's not God. That is God. That is where God came from. And not only that, it's pronounced the same. And y'all gonna say, oh, because it's pronounced the same, don't mean it's the same vibration and it's the same deity. Okay? It's a different aspect. That's all it is. Okay? God was the name of a pan-Semitic god of fortune. Alright? Usually depicted as male, but sometimes a female. Okay? He is hermaphroditic. Okay? He is hermaphroditic. And is attested, okay, in ancient records of Aram in Arabia. God is also mentioned in the Bible as a deity in the book of Isaiah. Excuse me. Some translations simply call him God of Fortune. God of Fortune. In luck. God of Fortune in luck. So when you praying to God and you asking him for material things and whatnot, this who you praying to. This who you praying to. I ain't even got a harp on that. Let's go.
The latter epithet may come from the appearance of the crescent moon. Yarek was recognized as the provider of nightly dew, and married to the goddess Nickel, his moisture causing her orchards to bloom in the desert. The city of Jericho bears his name. From the website of the Jericho Information Center. A modern sculpture stands at the entrance of Jericho, flanked by the Latin Cathedral and the Blue Dome Mosque. The sculpture is symbolic of Jericho and encapsulates Palestinian history from Canaanite and Umayyad periods to modern Palestine. A sign in both Arabic and English announces, Jericho, the city of the moon. The Arabic apple.
The city of the moon. This is a moon god. Look, look. This. Oh, let me close this. I don't need this. Where's that? Running this thing. It's right there, bro. That's Yah. That's Yahweh. That's Yahuwah. That's Yahweh. This is him. He's a moon deity. I don't care how you feel about it. I'm showing you facts. I mean, you can look it up after if you want to. But let's go. All right, nigga, this takes deep research. Okay.
Of the oldest city on earth, area, is derived from Yarek, the name of the Canaanite god of the moon. Among his many attributes, Yarek is the provider of nightly dew. Married to the goddess Nickel, his moisture enables her orchards to bloom in the desert. From the same root of the Canaanite word, Ra'ah is derived with the referential value of fragrance. The modern Arabic area unites both referential values of the Canaanite word, that of fragrance, and the name of the moon god. Khirbat Karak, Arabic, Khirbat al-Karak, the ruins of the castle, or Beth Yara, Hebrew. 3000 BC to 2000 BC, and from the Persian period.
Right there. The ruins of the castle, or Beth Yara, Hebrew, house of the moon god. Okay. house of the moon god. I don't want to sit here and harp on this video.
To trade/political relations with the first dynasty of Egypt at approximate from the website of the Tel Beth Yara Research and Excavation Project, Tel Aviv University.
Look,
It was here that we made the most exciting single discovery of the season, near the edge of the pavement where it was partly washed away. There was among the sherds of
there is no Egyptian god with a site, okay? There is no Egyptian god with a site. There is no Egyptian god with a site. I mean, you may see the little sword, but ain't no this is, look at that. Who do you think that is? Okay, who do you think this is? You see the arm with the sight. Who do you think that is? And his name is Yahweh.
pottery and Kermit ware, a fragment of a ceremonial Egyptian palette, a flat stone object used for grinding cosmetics, figure 5. The fragment, the first of its kind ever discovered outside Egypt, shows part of a well-executed scene, depicting an arm and hand, grasping an archaic, double-tailed Onkendawa scepter. Although nothing quite like it has ever been found, the style of the object places it in the late pre-dynastic period or in the time of Egypt's first dynasty, that is, about 3000 BCE. If the name of the Egyptian god, is not the name of the Israelite/Hebrew god, then try to explain why, is attached to so many Israelite/Hebrew names.
Right, that's a fact.
Such as Abia, Adaiah, Isaiah, Aya, Amaria, Amah.
So I don't need to harp on that. He's going to sit there and he's going to go A through Z in Hebrew names. Okay, he's going all of these names. He's going to go from A through Z of all names that got I, A, H in it. Okay, so explain, please, 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 please. Let me book my fees and close it. All right, because this is the study. This is the study. Let's go. You gotta break this shit down to atoms. Okay? So, let me get up here so you can see the link. So, it says, Saturn, God Yahweh is a giant supercomputer, okay, listen, that controls time. Man is born in sin because sin is sine waves, which represents time, okay? Okay? Let's go look at sine waves. Let's look at these. Look at that. These are sine waves. These are sine waves. Y'all didn't see these before. These are sine waves. Okay? Sine waves. They represent time. Okay? Let's go back. They represent time because we are in time. We will grow old and die. Then the cycle repeats itself. Okay? 7 is the number of completion. And 8 is the octave represented as the infinity symbol. Okay? As the infinity symbol. Just like reincarnation. Okay? Not forever, but in infinite time. The God of the universe is eternal. Man is cut off from God, bound in the 3D cube called reality. Okay? That is a superimposed program or matrix. Time and space equals death. So right here, and take that with a grain of salt. But right there, you know who this is? Let's just look. What people, alright? And we gonna say Semitic. You see him with the beard and the goatee. Who do you think this is? Look at the moon and look at the star. Who do you think this is? Okay? This is Allah. Okay? This is Allah. This is a vampiric deity. He was considered the moon in Babylon or Sumeria. Excuse me. Because I don't want to keep saying Babylon because just because motherfuckers was over there in Sumeria, okay? People don't even... The way people use Babylon is fucking goofy. That's all I'm going to say. People think that just because you was over there in Mesopotamia or you are satanic or you babble or you a pagan or whatever. Ain't none of that. Everybody was over there. Everybody was over there. Okay? Listen. Saturn is repeated as a hexagram or represented as a hexagram and or a cube. Saturn rules time, law, and the Roman god of harvest. Okay? He is a harvest god. Moon's harvest. Okay? Listen. Of humans, whose blood and souls are food sourced through orchestrated wars. Okay, listen. The demon seed who rule the world call themselves the elite. When you take El, we know that means Saturn / Satan. And you take ite, the suffix ite means to be a descendant of. So when you put them together, you're a descendant or a soldier of Satan. Boom. They rule through their language. You spell words and cast a spell. Okay? The English language is basically Masonic. Okay? Kabbalist code. The El, the elders, Elohim, gods use electricity, the El, to elect, okay? To create their Jew world order. If you go against the current flow, okay? You go against the current, the flow of El, you get electrocuted, okay? You get electrocuted or charged by the pole ice, much ice. You are now arrested, not flowing with the currency, money. You are on ice, frozen, unless you pay ball or play ball. Play with balls, join their faggot club, alright? Excuse my language. The god of Saturn, if you don't get balled, you go to jail. When you jail, bruh, this nigga been playing with words and shit. Let's go. Right here, you have Yah again. His name is also Allah. His name is also Ah, Iya, Yah, Yahoo, Yahoo. This is that God. I keep telling y'all. Alright? So Yah is also Allah. Yah is another aspect of Satan. This is another aspect of Khonsu. Okay, we know Khonsu is a cannibalistic deity. Oops, I ain't mean to go ahead of myself, because for people who don't know, and I have to keep showing this, there is such thing as a full moon effect. The following research by the Sussex police force that included there were a rise in violent crimes when the moon was full. A spokesman for the police force and research carried out by us has shown a correlation between violent incidents and full moons. Okay? Tahuti is the ancient Egyptian moon god. Was one of the earliest ancient Egyptian deities and was in charge of the ancient lunar 12 to 13 months and 28 days by the pharaonic period. The Egyptian months were organized as 12 30-day months, each with 3 10-day weeks. Alright? For a total of 260 days a year. The month did not have individual names until the New Kingdom. Months were grouped into 3 4-month seasons. Okay? 3 4-month seasons. You have beginning, middle, and end. You have January, February, March, April. Okay, that's 4. May, June, July, August. That's 4. September, October, November, December. That's 4. So you just went. So you putting them in 3 groups of 4. So moving on. The 5 days of the 365 days, okay, or 365 day year, were considered outside of the normal year and not part of any month. The ancient, and keep that in mind, because what happened here was, apparently Nut was cursed by Ra and she couldn't have birth. And so Thoth had to trick Yah into giving him 5 days, 5 extra days, so that Nut could give birth. Okay? So it's a outside the normal year. The ancient Egyptian hieroglyph for month was a crescent moon. Read! The ancient Egyptian hieroglyph for month was a crescent moon, the first visible crescent after the new moon over the symbol for the star. Right there, that's Allah. That's Allah. That's Allah. After the early period of Kemet, faded into popularity and his duties became somewhat shadowy. Is quoted in the book of coming forth into the day. often called the Egyptian Book of the Dead, as saying, I am the moon god Ah, the dweller among the gods. Ah was sometimes depicted with the sun disk on top of his head, or the moon crescent. The sun disk or the crescent moon with the moon disk on top, either or. Sometimes you see him with a moon disk, alright? Sometimes you see Khonsu with a moon disk. So, we gotta get into this video right here. We gotta flush this shit. We gotta flush it. Right here.
Hey, thanks for joining me. Hope you're doing well. Saturn is the so-called sixth planet in our solar system. This number 6 is incredibly significant when we look at the six-sided hexagon NASA shows us at Saturn's North Pole. This hexagon is in fact soft disclosure.
See what I be talking about? You see what I be talking about? This is Saturn. Those hexagons on Saturn. Okay? Sometimes you may see them mixing up or moving around or lit up.
You see, Saturn is not what we've been told. Saturn, like all of the other revolving luminaries, is a point of frequency expression, a sonoluminescent light above our flat plane that represents a larger concept than just a light. It's a light with principles that are embodied by the six-sided hexagon. The number 6 is not only the hexagon, but also the cube, having 6 sides.
Right.
Together, these make up the hexagram.
Right.
The prefix hex having
Right.
to do with spell casting, and the number 6 being the number of the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
material. Thus begins our description of how Saturn is being currently used, but more importantly, how it functions as a sort of computer for this material world. The figure of Father Time is a derivative.
Like, look at him, man. He got the sight, he got the whole, that long beard. And notice something, right? These Semitic people, right, that pray to Allah and Yahweh and whatnot, they look like that God too, don't they? Let's go look at it. Let's go look at it. All right, let's go look at what a Semitic man looks like. All right, because look it. See, you see what I'm talking about? Look at them, bruh. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. These Middle Eastern looking people. And then you got Afro-Semitic people. Hold up. Let me... let's go take a look. Right here. You see this? You see that? You see that? You see that? These are black Hebrew Israelites. You see that? You see the facial structure? You see the beard? You see that? These are Afro-Semitic people. You see that? You see that? You see them? They look like, and I'll quote, I see, this sound funny to people, but they look like black versions of Arabs. To put it in a simpler, more, a simpler term for people who don't know shit about race and ethnicity, phenotypes and genotypes. Okay? So right here, yeah. That isn't Afro-Semitic. Okay? That's where they get the depiction of their God. Okay? So they look like this God. This God is fake, but you know, Enki looks like this as well. Okay, the Sumerian gods look like this as well. Okay, but just know I got so much shit coming. I'm breaking existence down. Okay, I'm breaking existence down to atoms. Okay, existence. I'm the walking encyclopedia.
Saturn, or Cronus, the Roman god of time. the Gnostic figurehead of the Demiurge, the being who took the essence of Sophia the Black Sun and bound it by...
Look, the pleroma outside the universe. Here goes the demiurge. Demiurge equals Yaldabaoth, Satan, Saturn. Alright, that's the earth. This is the material. This is material realm. This is material, this density. This is what he used to create what we see. Okay? We have a light being casted upon the earth. And it's just, I explained this in my Changes Here video, how planets like the sun and the light that's being casted upon the earth, it works like a disc. It works like a video game or a DVD, and the light popping up on the screen and showing you a program. Okay? Light coming from the sun being casted upon the earth. Okay? Showing you a reality, and how you perceive this reality is based upon your belief system. Example, if you feel like life is hell, you're going to experience hell. Alright? So, right there, you got Sophia, she's up here. That's the pleroma. This is where you want to get the hell out of here. Okay? Because this is the fourth dimension. You get on earth, you in the third. Okay? And up here you got fifth. You're going out, you're going into heaven, basically. Okay? What, and not quote heaven. Or the heavens. Okay? And so 5D, that is, when you get into 4D, when we talking about 4D, this is between the spirit realm, which is 5D, the actual spirit realm, which is 5D, and you're between the material realm. So 4D is a mix of both. Is half material, or is half physical and metaphysical. So what I mean by this is, when God say earth was formless, right? When you in the fourth dimension, things that look dense to us in 3D is going to look less dense. So earth will look like a plasma gas type of thing. Okay, plasma gas, smoke, plasma gas, watery type of thing in the fourth dimension. Okay, and this is why when you go into Sumerian text and you read about the Abzu and Enki and the water underneath the ground, that is what this is. The clay, the creation, the celestial waters. Okay?
Space and time is Saturn. This word we hear, Satan, is simply a later version of the word Saturn. So the common Christian assertion that it's Satan's world simply means that we are ruled by Father Time, all of us, within the cube. But little do most Christians know that Yahweh is the Hebrew personification of Saturn.
I will be destroying time in this video towards the end.
In essence, the three monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all promote this Saturnian energy. The constructs of control all around us are ruled by Saturn: government, media, education, and so on. Saturn is the planet of rules and limitation, and this makes sense since astrologically...
You know what's funny about Saturn? Alright, matter of fact, yeah, you know what's funny about Saturn? If Saturn tilts a little bit towards Earth, just a little bit, Earth's orbit is going to stretch, and time on Earth is going to be longer. It's going to have a longer orbit around the sun too, so yeah. So Earth has, Saturn and Earth are connected, okay?
Saturn is known as the planet of karma, but equally as the planet of death and destruction. From this perspective, Saturn doesn't make things easy. Energetically, Saturn commands us with discipline to get to work, and to do so by carrying the principle of responsibility. Being Father Time, Saturn is at worst a dictator, but at best a wise teacher. Time is the ultimate form of slavery, but it is also a great teacher by slowing down manifestation. The elite worship Saturn as their Time Lord because Saturn
You heard him say slowing down manifestation, because in the third density or third dimension, which we are in on the planet Earth, things manifest fast, slower when you think about it. Okay, this is why manifestation ain't just like in the movies or TV shows where it's just like. But when you get into 5D, Alright, this is when things manifest quicker. If you're in fifth density consciousness and you're in the third dimension, this is when you're not bound by time and things happen faster for you. So, just like right now, how everybody is ascending, the more you raise your vibration, time is going to speed up. So, hey, let's get it.
Drains. And what the controllers of this world are looking for is free energy, our free electromagnetic energy, which is able to be easily siphoned when we have restrained conditions. Let's get back to the North Pole's cube. This grid pattern of the cube is nothing to ignore. It represents the binary robot-like consciousness of Saturn. Everything is about rigidity and discipline. Old father.
That right there is somewhat how I imagine the Matrix on the planet, and it's funny, even though the green shit, I imagine it as grid, but I saw somebody else depict the Matrix this way. Okay, so it is my mind is just something the fuck else. Okay, but that is how I imagine the Matrix on this planet. And when you give your conscience to that, you're like falling under the illusion. Alright? And that's where dense consciousness is. So people who are what some people call bots, or some people call NPC. Okay? People who are under the illusion and trapped and just sleep and not aware.
Father Time, after all, demands he be paid. This cube is deeper than just a shape. We are currently in a fractal reality construct that is essentially recreating itself in itself infinitely. This Earth construct holds Saturn as the orchestrator.
Let me get a better one. Let me get a better one, and we can go over that. Hold on. It is right here. Also, this is sin as well. This is sin. S-I-N, that's Allah. Okay? That's Allah. So you see right here, Saturn is using light. See, it say power supply. Saturn is using light from the sun. Okay, this is why in the Dogon tribe it say Saturn or Ogo tried to use the sun, aka the nucleus, because the sun looked like the nucleus inside of a human, to create. And so right here you got the time cube. Is the light is being casted upon the moon, and then the moon's light is being casted upon the earth. So virtual instrument, the simulator, communicators, communication interface module, etc. whatever. So yeah, Saturn using the light from the sun to cast his light upon the moon and cast his light upon the earth. And this is why we see a certain type of reality sometimes, and certain people act a certain way because they're under the influence of Satan, under the influence of Saturn. Okay, and they're bound by Saturn in sin, in time. Okay? Let's go.
Of this matrix, the computer, if you will. Let's briefly go back to what I've explained on the black sun. The black sun is the womb of creation on this flat plane. Sophia from the Gnostic tale. If Saturn is like the computer, then the black sun is like the cloud that's funneling the data throughout. Just like how Sophia is entangled within the demiurge. Although we're expressions of Sophia, we're inside the cube, inside of Saturn's Yahweh fractal supercomputer. The cube, and especially the black cube, are seen scattered throughout the world, paying homage to this fact.
EVE Online is a vast universe.
So, let's go. See, they got the Teflon. Oop, I don't mean to pause it, but. Look at all these Muslims, okay? Look at all these motherfucking Muslims. Excuse me.
What we know as the Jesus fish actually has to do with Saturn. It has to do with the sine and cosine wave. It's these waves that create time. The Bible informs us that we are born into sin, but this truly means
Ain't that symbol also Jesus' symbol? And it's on the cross.
we are born into sine, into time, the sine wave of Saturn. In this context, sin has nothing to do with being evil. It has to do with being born within the type of limitation that allows one to ignore their divinity in favor of a more Saturnian or satanic energy. After all, they say sin keeps you from God. When one worships the time cube, one is hyper-focused on time and what can be accomplished with.
When you focused on thoughts, drugs, material things, money, etc., you're under that illusion. You're focused on these things. You're focused on things that are governed and that make you operate out of the 3 stages of the ego. Okay?
Within time. What we experience as contentment, bliss, love, these emotions pour in outside of time, whereas the emotions known as hate, anger, rage, depression, jealousy, these can only
Fear, shame, guilt, hate, apathy,
exist within the construct of time. This is
perversion, laziness.
fascinating because this means the Saturnian system around us has the prime function to try and keep us in Stockholm Syndrome and in low vibratory consciousness. The worship of time is worship of the energies these negative emotions produce.
Doesn't Maya mean illusion, and they're the ones who helped calculate time? Okay, and time is an illusion. So we've been told this by the Mayans. Okay, all right, because there is no time unless you give it attention. All right, I want you to know that. We will be breaking this down.
To strengthen the influence of Saturn with black magic and illusory systems means to circulate more archonic energy. So Saturn worship is prominent, but what does this mean? It means it keeps those who consent stuck in third-dimensional awareness, keeping this plane in limitation. The essence of God.
That symbol with the snake going around is called the Oros Boros. It's around the sun as well. It's a halo when it's around the sun. But it's called the Oros Boros.
Is timeless. So to feel God, we must consistently be sending attention to our creative sovereign abilities without the backbone of duality. Saturn, or Satan, however, is extremely dualistic. With all of this limitation it brings, it also teaches patience, perseverance, honesty, and foresight. Saturn is to be respected, but not admired, for we can recall that Cronus ate his own son. Cronus being the Greek titan of the harvest, but the harvest being human souls bound by longevity. Like Saturn, the moon is not a physical object or location. It's an energy body existing underneath the flat Earth dome.
Now, I meant to tell y'all, this dude is gonna be mentioning flat Earth stuff. Y'all know I'm not a flat earther type of person. Okay, y'all already know how I believe the Earth look. I already got a video on that. I drew how I thought the earth looked, and after I made that video, I kept running into pictures that looked exactly like mine, how I thought it looked. And so, let's go.
The moon has been depicted in various movies as a sort of control center or area.
Type in ancient cosmology, and you're going to get an idea of what the earth actually looks like. Now, I'm not saying it's not a sphere. I'm not saying it's not spheroid, okay? Because if you understand dimensions and consciousness, if you think you live on a flat plane, okay, your mind is in 2D consciousness. Because if you get a flatlander and you put him on a 2D land, he's going to be walking flat, okay? If you understand that. If not, I'm going to show y'all something. If not, what's it called? Let's see. If you don't understand, go watch this video right here. This video right here. That video right there. Okay? It will help you understand the dimensions and viewpoints of your consciousness. Just like when I be talking about imagining a time when the universe was birthed, the end of quote Big Bang, but we know it's not that. We know that's false. But a time when the earth was born, and you can imagine, different ways the universe could have came out, where the planets could have came out, like triangles or all pink, or it could have been all stars and no planets, etc. That is a viewpoint, okay? And that is one way you do mental time travel. All right, let's get it. Stop playing with me.
Shown this way because the moon is a secondary and the Death Star in Star Wars, the DreamWorks logo, and so on. It's shown this way because the moon is a secondary energy system, a secondary matrix of control, so to speak. The moon matrix is an inorganic womb. The moon, a type of implanted surrogate, one that is luminous and gray. Gray is the color you get when mixing black and white. It's a dual-pole system, and this connects to the Freemasonic checkerboard.
Meaning it could be used for good or evil as well, okay? I don't teach y'all no evil shit to get yourselves fucked up by no moon or none of that, okay?
Moon has...
Like, I done made moon gazing videos, I done made moon alchemy videos, ETC.
The ability to do great things, but unfortunately it's been tampered with. The moon aids Saturn in building up hyperphysical conditions, which resemble a prison. It was placed here to regulate inorganic constructs on Earth. In past videos, I've talked about the two oversouls that are operating freely in this realm right now. We have the Divine Oversoul and Archonic Oversoul. The moon is the home base and portal through which archonic entities travel into Earth, while the sun can act as that for those connected to true divine intelligence. So the sun is the actual spring of organic reality, but the moon recycles this energy, acting as a type of succubus. The sun is an organic matrix, but the moon an inorganic matrix. The first day of the week is Monday, Moon Day. The first day of the weekend is Saturday, Saturn Day. And these days sandwich in Sunday, the Sunday. So we can see the connection between these three energy bodies hidden in our time system. The sun is being symbolically sandwiched in.
He basically was saying Saturday is the first day. Saturday is the last day. Because Saturday is associated with Saturn, it's the 7th day, right? If you count from the sun all the way to Saturn, Saturn is the 7th planet. If you look at if you look at certain cosmologies like what's it called? Arabian, or what's it called? I want to say Islamic. Or Muslim cosmology, or you can type any one of those in Google and you're gonna see how they put the planets associated with different heavens. And Saturn is the 7th heaven. Not only that, this is elementary. This is first grade. I was taught a song in school, and it goes like this: Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and that is at the end, my nigga. So how the fuck is, what is it? See, Saturday is the day that they went and rested. Okay, I don't want to be going. I don't want to drag this. I don't want to be harping. But you know, a lot of people, and I know I know there's people out there who are confused whether Sunday and Saturday is the first day. Which one is the first day? I was before too, so
It's you.
just had to make sure I got that in your scalp. Alright? Saturday is the 7th day.
The frequency of the sun's energy is being redirected, minimized, covered up. Saturn and the moon attach themselves to and harmonize.
Remember, 7 equals completion. We just read that.
With those energies which sink into density. Interdimensionally, the moon is home to a light trap system, which generates a false light when one dies. This is tied in with Saturn being Cronus, the Grim Reaper, and Father Time. The Saturn moon matrix is a well-oiled machine. Saturn binds us in time and limitation, and the moon reinforces these illusions and then responds to Father Time with her light trap. Magical, mystical, mysterious. The moon has been associated with these attributes for millennia. It's a prominent emblem and symbol of spellcasting and witchcraft. The moon is indeed alluring and magical, but is a harsh mistress. The transformative but dangerous powers of the moon are apparent when we look at the myths about the werewolf, a man who turns into a monster by the light of the full moon. And witches are often portrayed.
And when vampires turn into vampires, and then when at night zombies want to come out the ground, etc.
As a silhouette flying across a backlit full moon as a backdrop. The full moon is infamously known as a time when the so-called lunatics come out, seduced by the moon's light. There's no doubt that the moon with her alluring glow is so attractive, but unfortunately she is a succubus. If we can unplug from the worship of the material, which is archonic Saturnian worship, if we can unplug from the false light moon system back into the original divine intelligence of a human, we have a chance to change these paired energy bodies from oppressors to teachers. These energy bodies aren't bad. They're just working together in energetically abusive ways. Here's my proposal. If we can redirect the way we organize this reality to harmonize more with a wider spectrum of positive archetypes and traits, then we can uncharge the moon, and over time it will detach from Saturn's cord. We are inside the cube, tainted by false light energy.
You heard what he said?
Then we can Here's my proposal. If we can redirect the way we organize this reality,
If we can redirect the way we organize this reality
to harmonize more with a wider spectrum of positive archetypes and traits,
to harmonize with a wider spectrum of architects and traits,
then we can uncharge the moon, and over time
then we can uncharge the moon.
It will detach from Saturn's cord.
Basically, stop being satanic. Get out the illusion of time, okay? Stop falling under an ego, okay? Stop, and I quote, sinning. And to a lot of people, sinning means to go off of your spiritual path, okay? Or to do something like, let's say, you a person who wants semen retention, okay? And you know, you defiling yourself and you keep on polluting yourself, aka excessively masturbating. You sinning, you going off your spiritual path, okay? And that's also how Gnostics look at it. That's a way. That's also how I look at it before I even knew like that was a thing. Because I feel like if you a spiritual person, right, or whatever, if you a person who on the path of self improvement and you want to better yourself, okay, you know that if you did something that went against your day, however, whatever it is you do to better yourself, you know, if you went against that, you're gonna feel like you sinned. Okay, you're gonna feel like you did something wrong. Example, you are on 376 days of no masturbation. Then you go and do it again. Now you feel like shit. Okay, oh, I just wasted 300 and something days. I could have reached 400, man. I'm whack, man. I'm lame as hell, man. I'm sorry, God. You know, a lot of people pray to God for forgiveness after they masturbate. You know that? You know that? Let's go.
We are inside the cube, tainted by false light energy, inside of Saturn's Yahweh fractal supercomputer. Will we ever get
And I know that because of Twitter. Don't play with me.
out? Or will we keep living in ignorance? I ask these questions because together Saturn and the Moon aim to energetically bind. The false light Saturnian system is one that aims to have us forget our divinity, so we remain pretty much stuck incarnating on this earth realm. This isn't a literal stealing of souls, but rather a con to try and have us become so spiritually traumatized and controlled that we ourselves sever the connection. And that's easy to see when you look around. Many have lost themselves in the system, lost themselves within their computer. Right now, humanity has the wrong program opened up, and our malware protection has its guard down. If we can close down this program, we can reboot the Yahweh supercomputer, therefore changing what Saturn projects, uncharge the moon with our divine intent, and making it so Earth starts resembling more of a school rather than a prison. Thanks for watching, everyone. I love you all.
Right. Ain't that what I've been saying? Ain't that what I've been saying? Ain't that what I've been saying? Okay? Okay. Let's go. Ain't even got a heart. So, you know, like my nigga, we know Yah is a moon god. Hold on, let's go right here real quick. Okay, this is the Egyptian god Yah, origins of Allah, whatever, Yah, whatever you want to call him, the god. Okay, he's associated with Osiris, but when you read about him and you hear what he say, it really sounds like he's trying to merge with Osiris and consume Osiris. He sound like one of them evil villains who would sit in the dark in a chair, plotting on like killing a specific person or taking their energy. That's him. Okay? And so this is why you get him and Osiris as being associated. Okay? And so I don't even, it say the moon, new moon, Hebrew, crescent moon, Islam, Egyptian god Yahweh, Allah, Islam, God, sin, Akkadian, city of Ur, birthplace of Abraham, which is also the birthplace of Satan, okay, or Enlil, and he actually has an abode there, okay, he has a mound there. Satan has a mound. He did have a physical body. His name was Enlil. Alright, he actually had multiple bodies because Yahweh made clones. He had multiple astral bodies and physical bodies. Okay, but y'all not ready for that. Well, I ain't gonna say y'all. Some niggas ain't ready for that. Statue of Yahweh, the moon god, removed. They took the little Uranus crown off here for some reason. Alright, so one of the fake gods, okay, the Jews worship was Yah or Jah. This pagan idol has its roots in Babylon and in Egypt. Okay, this is the lunar or moon god in Babylon, the moon god called I am Jah or Yah. Okay, it has both female and male identities. Alright, hey, it's hermaphroditic, it's a Luciferian deity. Okay, look, in Egypt, the Babylonian female Yah, okay, was changed into a male god, and the female god was named Shua. And this is where you get Yeshua, who is the air, okay, that we breathe in. This is also where you get the Egyptian god Shu, who is the air that we breathe in, okay. When Geb was separated from Nut, the air between them represents Shu. And so when you got people who are Jews who say Yeshua breathed life into me, this is what you really mean, because you're breathing that air in every day. So let's get it. okay, was changed to melody, blah blah blah, and made the sky god. When a person then combines these forms into Yeshua or Yeshua, they have made the moon god, the sky god. The Babylonian / Egypt god or deity is also called Baal. Throughout the scriptures, okay, the Jews did worship the sun god when they apostated, okay, into idolatry from the true God Ea Asher Ea. And we gonna get into that as well, because Ea is really his name because it's the same as Enki's EA, which is pronounced Ea. And so this is who that is supposed to be, okay? And so you got other people trying to contradict other Hebrews, or other Hebrews trying to contradict other Hebrews who say their God's name is actually Ea, but you got other Hebrews / Jews saying no, it's Yahuwah, no, it's Yahweh, no, it's Yahweh, no, it's Yahweh Bahashim Yawahashi. So it's like y'all giving them these different names, but it's all when it's starting with Yah, this one syllable YAH God. This is all the same God. It's Yahweh. But Ea is a different story, and that's enough. We're gonna get into that. Elohim / Adonai, okay, look up the word moon in Hebrew, and it is Yareah, okay? And in Egypt, it is Yah. The word moon, the word Yah is moon, okay, which is the same as Yahweh. Okay, modern Hebrews spell it different now to distort the real identity, okay, of their ancient Yah God. Like I just said, they now spell it Yareach. No matter, real scholars know the truth. They spell it Yahweh, Yahuwah, or Yahweh, okay, or Yahu, or just Yah. Some people just say Yah for short. The Yah God, okay, the Yah moon God remains controversial. Why? Because scholars are fearful to say the Jewish God Yah is the same as the Babylonian God Ea. Y'all scared to say that? Nigga, I'm saying it now. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Debate me. Debate me. Y'all is the same. Look. Because the truth is say, they feel, okay? They feel this somehow may cause loss of faith in the Jews and in the true God of the Jews. Okay? They are fearful and reluctant to make this bold connection because it brings into question the Tetragrammaton God, which is not God's name. Okay? Since both incorporated the Yah deity into their name construction as Yahweh or Yahweh, the evidence, however, is quite strong and overwhelming that Yah is an idol god. The moon god, they also named Thoth. It is because there are two names for the same idol that scholars can draw away attention that this moon god is Yah, which is lame as fuck. Okay, I see now. I'm seeing what they be trying to do with these gods when they be saying these gods are different aspects of a positive God. You know, some of these gods, I believe they injecting them into history and associating them with certain gods and saying they're them. And this has been proven before, because some of this is where you get the word. I ain't gonna say this where you get it. This is also what they call idol gods. When you worshiping someone, okay, besides who a certain group of people would say is the prime God. And all these monotheistic deities or religions are praying to the same God, just in different aspects. Okay? Muslims and Christians know they worship the same God. Allah means the God. They're the same deity, the sun god and Saturn. They're the same deity. Okay? These planets are vessels. They're like vessels. And remember the Birkeland current. Those are like spirits of gods. Okay? It's just like your Kundalini. Okay? And so right here, I don't want to read too much. Fuck it. Saturn was often symbolized as an eye by ancients, and that is likely the origins, okay, of the all-seeing eye, because he actually cut Horus' eye out when they went into war, okay? One of the major symbols of the reptilian hybrid bloodline network, okay? Listen, I went into the subway station, all right, right next to Ground Zero when I spoke in New York in 2010. Okay, listen. The station has mosaic eyes on the walls along the platforms and a large depiction. I've been reading a lot. Okay, y'all know how it is. And a large depiction on the floor of an eye broadcasting frequencies across the planet. This eye is almost certainly meant to be Saturn, Satan. The image perfectly portrays what Saturn is doing. Saturn hacks into the waveform information broadcast from the center of the galaxy, okay, which the sun via the sun and broadcast a fake reality into the solar system. And people don't know how this works. There's an electromagnetic field around every planet, okay, and it's giving off light, okay. And again, like I said, how you perceive this light will be based on your perception or belief system. Okay? Okay? You create your reality. Okay? So, the moon amplifies this and beams it specifically at the earth. Alright? The fantastic synchronicities between earth, the moon, and the sun in size, geometry, and position are all made possible by the moon. These synchronicities are connected to how the sun's information is hacked by Saturn and the moon. The moon is where it is because it's specifically placed there. Alright? Alright. Visible light in the electromagnetic spectrum that science can record is the matrix, the false reality. Okay? And God said, let there be light. Alright? The speed of light, which we are told is the fastest speed possible, rubbish, is the vibrational, this is a little small, is a vibrational wall of the matrix. We are not even living on the earth as it really is. Yeah, because we been shown a form of light. Alright, if we went into a higher dimension, because the earth actually exists on different dimensions, it got different bodies. Just like you're not going to see what everybody sees. And also, based on your belief system, you're not going to have the same experience as everybody else. So this is why I say, all right, you all may be living here together, okay, but you're not having the same experience. Okay, so life to you may not be the same to somebody else. A person may look at life as completely a joke or a game, or don't take it serious, period, and they don't do shit with themselves. It's some people who take life so serious they don't even laugh. It's some people who enjoy life. Everything about life, they just get high off life. So it's about your vibration. Okay? What you believe in. Where is your state of being at? Where is your consciousness? Okay? Matrix broadcast blocks humans from perceiving what we otherwise would be experiencing. Let me get this bigger for y'all. Damn. Right here. The earth that we can't see or feel too often is a place of love and harmony, not war, not fear, and not suffering. The predators dictate our lives and make us into slaves to them by hijacking our sense of reality. The Saturn moon matrix transformed a once vibrant consciousness or conscious humanity into computer programs decoding cycles of repetitive perceptions and behavior. Okay? The transmission of the Saturn moon matrix are perceived and retransmitted by the Earth's crystal core, okay, which has been turned to the matrix frequency range, and the hack connects with us through the reptilian brain, okay, and the receiver transmitter system that we call DNA. But you know, niggas don't know shit about DNA. Most niggas can't even name a single enzyme, and I think that's a bit embarrassing. Like, you have DNA inside you. Everybody got DNA that can actually evolve, awaken, alright, and uncoil. And so, hold on. Your DNA, it awakens over time when you raise your vibration, you eat healthy, you take care of yourself. When you do bullshit, you experience low vibrational things, okay? Your DNA is like, it retracts, okay? And this is why a lot of people are, when they birthed into this life, they are reduced to 2 strands of DNA, okay? So, right here, Professor Sam Chang, okay? Who I heard wasn't actually a real person, but this right here is actually, just because listen, I read some tablets. He actually got a book on the Sumerian tablets I read before, or read some of it, and sometime after that I seen an article saying this wasn't a real person. But regardless of that, everything typed here, this is pretty much facts. Okay, I've been telling y'all this shit. But let's get it on. It's also said that the alien part of the junk DNA, okay, which is 90 to 95% of your DNA, and I quote, okay, because I didn't prove already that we have extraterrestrial DNA. I already got an extraterrestrial series coming. Like, I'm going the fuck off. Is no stopping. Their own veins, arteries, and immune systems that vigorously resist all anti-cancer drugs, okay? Let's read that again, okay? Alien parts of junk DNA have their own veins, arteries, and immune systems, okay, that vigorously resist all our anti-cancer drugs. The DNA, okay, implanted by the extraterrestrials is programmed, okay? Again, the DNA implanted by the extraterrestrials is programmed. This is scientifically proven. Okay, this is scientifically proven. They find programs in your DNA. This is why the evolution theory, this is part of the reason why the evolution theory has been in a bit of a stir the past couple of years. Okay, because they see that the codes in your DNA has to have been put there. Okay? Okay, because there are specific codes. Okay, it's specific codes in your shit. It's specific DNA codes. Okay, and one effect of the Saturn moon matrix is to activate those programs to play out as spontaneous human behavior, okay, in a sequence of time. The matrix acts like a laser reading computer, software, or a DVD. It brings the pre-programming information into human DNA into the, and I quote, screen your consciousness, and you project it and you believe it. Our decoded reality. The software program is running in every human mind. Okay, I don't even need to read that. Y'all can get into that. I'm basically saying the same shit. We all under the influence. Okay? We all under the influence. We all under the influence. Y'all can stop that, pause that, read that if y'all want to. This right here is actually pretty profound. And I was glad I found this a few months ago, even though I'm just now showing it. I done posted it on Instagram before with the little pictures of Satan. Now I posted this on there too. This right here, I told y'all to keep this in mind. So those who seen me on Instagram, I'm posting this right now. Keep this in mind once again. Okay, we about to go right back to this video. Not this one. Yeah, here it is. Now, I'm the nigga who be pausing a video and going to play another video and then going to play another video and then coming back to the original video.
Archetypes. Cultures everywhere using different words and different symbols to describe eerily similar events. But the planetary model presented in the Saturn myth was far from complete. Amongst the greatest of enigmas was the cosmic wheel recorded by every ancient culture. Images.
Sorry, that's called the Wheel of Shemesh, okay? The Wheel of Shemesh. I want to show y'all this first before we get into that, so y'all have a little bit of an understanding before, or y'all can identify this before he get too deep. Okay? Right here. Just notice this. Okay? Look at that. You see this star in here, you see the spokes and the rim, and then the ray coming down. Remember this look. Okay? Remember this look. That's Saturn. Venus, Mars, and the sun right here. And then the moon. Then right here, you have it again, okay? And right here, you have it again. You have it again. You see the moon with the star in the middle. You see the ring with the spokes, and you see the ray coming down. And this right here is Yahweh, okay? This right here would be Ashura, which are trees, okay? This is Ashura, which are trees, okay? And right here you have a hieroglyph or a stone with a picture of Yahweh. And right here you have the wheel with the spokes in it again, okay? Okay, now let's go.
Of a wheel in the sky carved on stone are older than civilization itself. Many archaeologists see these wheels as an imagined vehicle of the sun rolling across the sky. But in its most common form, the cosmic wheel doesn't go anywhere. Often it rests on a stationary pillar, or atop a stairway, or ladder, or is turned by a rope while resting on an altar or table.
Take this in. Take everything he's about. Just take it in. Take it all in.
And the spokes of the wheel are not functional as such. They are fluid and etheric. Archaic gods and heroes hold a wheel in their hands. A cosmic wheel served as the throne of gods and cultural heroes and wise men, symbolically replicated in the wheel thrones of kings on earth. The wheel throne of Buddha underscores our point. And even the popular footprint of Buddha recalls the same wheel in heaven.
Okay, before we get a little too far, because I kind of forgot this right here, okay? My bad. Yahweh, or Yahoo, okay? This says Yahoo. Remember, sometimes when you get words like this, the W makes the U sound, okay? Yahoo. Yahoo, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yah, are all names of pagan gods. Okay, so you know these monotheistic people like to call you pagan, but they worship a pagan god. The Israelites adopted these names from Canaanites. Bitch! Racist motherfuckers! Who live in the land and they came out of Egypt. They are not the true name of God. These are not the true name of God. The reason I'm yelling is because black Hebrew Israelites, okay, are racist towards Africans because they believed, okay, they were enslaved by Egyptians. Okay, there is no proof. Okay, they keep referring to those hieroglyphs. Okay, let's hypothetically say, okay, y'all were enslaved. If you read about Osiris and you read everybody, okay, every civilization that the Hyksos came into, or the Habiru, because these are the Semites, these are the Hebrew Israelites, okay, these are the Hebrew Israelites. They like to say, right, they like to say the Habiru weren't the Hebrews. If you take Hebrew, right, which means people from the other side of the sea, which is the Nile River, which is what the Egyptians called them, okay, you get Habiru in Hebrew, okay. The Egyptians called them the Habiru, okay. The Hebrew called themselves the Hebrew. Now they like to say they're not the Hebrew, but if they don't do research on the stories, or they don't do research on shit. Now the root of Hebrew is Hebrew, okay. HBRU, okay. The root of Habiru is HBRU. It's the same motherfucking vibration. Okay? Okay. Now, let me get back on this. Because I'm God. I'm God. I'm God. Alright. Right here. Right. Ooh. Because I'm over here bugging out. Okay. Yahweh is the name of a god found among ancient Egyptian tombs around 15 to 1300 BC. The writings contain the name of the Shasu tribe located in the area of Edom, Moab, and Mount Nebo. A number of scholars have attempted to claim this tribe was the ancient Israelites. We know this is false because from the time of Jacob until the Exodus, all Israel was living in Egypt. Regardless, same deity. We cannot deny that. The Shasu tribe lived in the land of Canaan, while the Israelites were in Egypt. And so when they left from Egypt, this is when they met or got the this is when Moses, this is in Exodus, this is when they left Egypt, and I quote, this is when Moses went to the Mount Sinai. He met Yahweh, he got the 10 Commandments, okay, that's when he became their God. They are not the same people. Yes, they are. Oh wait, no, the Shasu tribe lived in the land of Canaan while the Israelites were in Egypt. Okay, cool. The Canaanites are the ones who spoke Hebrew, the ones who were paying homage to Yahoo or Yahweh. Okay, y'all got their name, y'all got their language, y'all want their land, motherfucker. So it's starting to look like y'all. It ain't starting. It been look like y'all niggas who claiming y'all are God's chosen, and I'm referring to Judas and Hebrew Israelites. Y'all niggas who keep saying y'all God's chosen, I don't think so. Okay, y'all are racist. Y'all call yourselves nationalists. No, that's racism. You're showing racism. Okay, you're racist towards Africans. You're racist towards Caucasoids. And you don't understand the law of one, which the Bible teaches. Okay, not all Caucasoids come from Edom, and not all Caucasoids are the end quote devil. They like to call them the white man and say white people are devils, etc. Now listen, I talk about people genetics, they phenotypes and genomes, motherfucker. I can do that. It's an avatar, motherfucker. I even be showing the science and everything. Okay, and I got another video coming on that, because y'all know I be talking about Caucasoids got this type of animal in their DNA. This race and ethnicity got this animal in their DNA. It's a motherfucking avatar. If you are emotional and you are attached to your avatar and you think shit like that is racist, this channel is not for you. Okay? It's a fucking avatar. You ain't taking that shit. Okay, moving on. Yahweh is the name of Yahweh, a shortened to Yo or Joe. Okay? And name changed accordingly. I know I'm skipping that. The name of this God is connected with magic and mysticism. It is the Greek form of Yah. It is the Greek form of the Latin Jove or Jupiter. Ooh, that was a sting right there, because that's Zeus, that's Ammon, and that's Jesus. Okay? Okay. Yahweh is claimed to be the same as Yahweh. Okay? It's right there, bro. It's his name right there. Yahweh. Yahweh. Yahoo. Yahweh. What's the fucking difference? Okay? Same deity, same people. Okay? See this right here? All-seeing eye, Yahweh sacrificed the all-seeing eye God. You see the eye right there, bro. The eye is right there. It's right there with the rays coming from it and everything. Okay? Okay. Okay. Others claim it should be spelled Jehovah or Yahuwah, which is the same deity. Or one of the 27 guest names. It is, if this is true, these names are names of pagan gods. Yahoo is claimed to be the root of Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton. The Yahoo god is also found among ancient Sumerians. Okay, and this is about Khonsu. I showed y'all this in my previous Cosmic Intention video. Yet in the early pyramid text, he appears in the well-known cannibal hymns. Okay, UTT. Okay, 137 or 173. Sorry, through 4 as a bloodthirsty deity who assists the deceased king in catching and slaying those gods that the king feeds upon. Okay, in order to absorb their strength. Okay, specifically, it refers to him as Khonsu, who slew the lords, who strangles them for the king and extracts them for what is in their bodies. Okay, this is a moon god. Okay, Khonsu, short for Khonsum. Okay, though only mentioned once in the pyramid text, he is also referred to in spell 258 in the coffin text, where he is Khonsu, who lives on hearts. Okay. Okay, his mom and dad are Amun, and I want to say is Hathor, because that moon has to have come from Venus. Our moon has to have came from Venus. Okay, they say he is connected to them through the umbilical cord. Okay, they say Mu is a aspect of Hathor. And right here, because I want y'all to understand something. Okay, when we're talking about aspects. Okay, when we're talking about a facet, and y'all don't get how the Son is the Father. Okay, because I already explained that with the Holy Spirit. But look, Enlil, okay, Enlil, later known as Enlil, is the god of wind, air, earth, and storms, and the chief god of all the gods, aka the Anunnakis. He is theologically conceived as the transcendent facet of An, okay? Facet, one side or something many-sided, okay? Okay, like an aspect of a deity, especially of a cut gem. You see, there's many faces on the diamond, okay? Okay? The Sumerians envisioned Enlil as a benevolent fatherly deity, which he was not benevolent, who watches over humanity and cares for their well-being. Because if you actually read the text, nothing about this nigga is benevolent. The whole time, he is opposing his brother Enki. He is opposing his brother Enki, who actually created humans. Okay? Enlil created humans as well because they had tribes called Enlilites and Inkites. Okay? And they were going to war, but let's go. And this is probably why Romans, Italians, and Greeks say that they're descendants of Satan. But the classical book, The Wind in the Willows, as a fish-tailed sea goat, okay? Aegipan is associated with Capricorn and also Enki or Oannes. But Capricorn is actually ruled by Satan. The sea goat, yes, that's Enki. Now, goats don't represent Satan, my God. Okay? The Capricorn, though, that is ruled by Saturn. And Capricorn is ruled by Earth, or rules Earth, as the horned goat god, or Satyr. He is the manifestation of Lucifer / Satan. Okay? Okay? Now, Lucifer, hold up. Capricorn also. Enki is not a Satyr or Satan. I don't even know why I put this right here. Satyr, the Satyr, let me show y'all I'll show y'all that later. Let's go. I'm already hardcore.
The inspiration did not come from our sun. Compare these prehistoric instances of the pictographic wheel from Ireland and from California. Different parts of the wheel are clearly evident. A large circle or sphere, though not always present, a central star, and a smaller, darker circle or sphere inside the star-like form. The images do not depict a single object, but three objects, as demonstrated here, where the artist placed the small dark sphere well below the central star. I can assure you that the placements are not random. These forms in the sky were planets in close congregation and immense above the ancient sky worshippers. The stories begin with the appearance of this celestial formation, heaven, when heaven was close to the earth. The original unity of the sky.
He is describing alignments, okay, that were taking place before the solar system was the way it is now. Before, and I quote, Nibiru appeared in the solar system and caused this cataclysm that actually tweaked with every planet, and which is why Uranus is tilted, there's a Kuiper belt made out of a bunch of asteroids, which the Sumerians called a hammer bracelet, which comes from when Nibiru's moon hit Earth, and then Nibiru itself hit Earth. Earth was bigger than it was now. Okay, and this is Earth in Maldek was one big ass planet. So Maldek, the planet that you hear about that's been destroyed between Mars and Jupiter, that made the Kuiper belt, that and Earth was one big ass planet. So it got destroyed. Earth came back over this way, or it got into a different orbit or whatever, and it created a sphere from spinning around. And then the moon, wherever the moon came from, I'm sure it came from Venus, because it don't got no motherfucking moon. Okay, came from Venus, and it got into the orbit of the Earth. Now, the scientists like to say that the moon possibly came from the Earth spinning around and the chunk breaking off. Fuck all that. Let's go.
Formed by the Great Conjunction, when a straight line or arrow could pierce the hearts of the gathered powers. The motionless, superior sun, ruling before the present sun. The father of kings, and first in the mythic line of kings. And a dying or displaced god. In later times, the first astronomers identified this overarching ruler of the sky. They claimed it was the planet Saturn, remembered as the owner of the cosmic wheel before the god departed for distant realms. The astronomical traditions also name the central star as Venus, the mother goddess. And they name the darker reddish sphere as the planet Mars, the cosmic warrior. In these 3 hours, I intend to demonstrate that the stories of the gods are the stories of what happens to these celestial bodies.
Alright, y'all probably tired of me pausing this, but I have to show this because I didn't show it. Okay? Okay. Right here. Anu, El, Yahweh, Kronos, Enlil, Baal, Zeus, Enki, Kothar or wide cases. Okay? Poseidon. And Poseidon was from where? Neptune. Neptune was considered what to the Greeks? A heaven. Okay? And Enki is considered what? Orion. Orion is called what? Heaven. Sa. Okay? Okay. Role functions or characteristics. You got God of Heaven, King of Pantheon, Father of the Anunnaki, Elohim, Titans, Usurper of the Throne, Age Patriarch, okay, warlike tyrant associated with the planet Saturn, God of Time, Misanthropic, and Obscurantist. Okay, Anu, El, Yahweh. Okay, God of Wind, Storms. God of Wind, Storms. This is Satan right here. This is the Father. This is Satan. This is Enki, the righteous God. And I quote righteous. Ain't gonna hurt. Because when you read the Sumerian text, he was actually lusting when he came down to earth. Now, I'm not saying anybody wouldn't lust, because when they came down here, their DNA was actually reduced like ours. May not have been down to the same amount, but their DNA was reduced as well. And they couldn't operate on this planet the way that they operate on the planet they were from. But let's not get too deep into that. Warrior, young warrior, preferred son of the king of the pantheon. Yup, his Anu favored him, and both of them basically was imposing Enki. Powerful vice president of divine assembly, lord of the bulk of the stormy forces, known for his military skills and great bravery. Okay. Then you got right here Enki, god of the waters, god of wisdom, sculpture, architecture, and crafts. Master of water, or master of magic. I'm tweaking, man. Important son of the king of the pantheon, builder of civilizations, great friend, and benefactor of man. Because when they were here on this planet, okay, this god helped humans. When this motherfucker right here helped flood the earth and tried to kill all the humans. Alright? When Enki made humans, he wanted the humans dead. Alright? He wanted humans dead. He didn't like that Enki was evolving us, giving us extra branches to our DNA, giving us wisdom, teaching us how to create and procreate, teaching us astrology and science. Okay, he taught that to humans. That is where you get the story of, and I quote, Lucifer. When you may sometimes read around that Lucifer or somebody gave wisdom to humans and they were damned or some shit. That story is about Enki, who is Osiris in Egypt, who is Dionysus / Prometheus in Rome / Greece, who was Wawane out of Wawane and Pon, who brought the moon here, because him and Marduk did go on the moon. And Marduk is his son. Marduk is in Leo. Okay. Funny thing about that is, in some of these civilizations, God's names be changing. These gods' names change as they get older. See, Marduk is in Leo. Marduk is also Yahweh. Yahweh is also in Leo. Yahweh is also Anu. Okay? Okay. So right here it says, in Leo, Elu, Amun equals Zeus equals Jupiter equals Jehovah. Okay? Enki equals Quetzalcoatl, Poseidon. Okay? Neptune in garden, serpent in the garden. And I already made a video on Lucifer, okay, explaining how Lucifer is actually Osiris and Hathor, or Osiris, Hathor, and Ptah when it comes to the Garden of Eden. Now right here you got Anu, Sobek, who represents an older form of Satan, okay, Cronus, which is the Greek satanic cannibal god, who equals Saturn, okay. And right here, this deity is who the Bantu tribe are named after. You see her right here? Antu, Mut, Cybele, which is a equivalent to that pregnant mother goddess. Rhea, which is the earth, or a mother of the earth, whatever. Okay, I ain't into Greek theology too deep. Now, Antu, again, this is who the Bantu are named after, which is the oldest group of people, or one of the oldest group of people next to the Khoisan on this planet. Okay. Everybody, this is a root race on the planet. Everybody stems from these people. Okay? These were the people Enki was creating. So let's move on here. Alright, because I gotta show y'all this. Look at this. And this is Namu and baby Enki. She's breastfeeding him. This is where you get that theology of the mother and the son. You got Horus and Isis. You got Jesus and Mary. This is that. Okay, she's like a virgin. I'm about to explain, or I'm about to break this down right here. So it says, pay attention. Namu was the goddess seed, Inger or Inger, whatever, that gave birth to An, the heavens / skies, and Ki, earth, and the first gods representing the Absu. Now Absu or / Abzu, that word was given to three things. That's South Africa, the waters under the earth, and the sun. Again, Absu was given to three things. That's Africa, the water under the earth, and the sun. Okay? The freshwater ocean that the Sumerians believed lay beneath the earth. The source of life-giving water and fertility in a country with almost no rainfall. And I'm pretty sure that's the ziggurat over in Mesopotamia. But Namu, listen, Namu is not well attested in Sumerian mythology. She may have been a greater importance prehistorically. Okay? What does this mean? Look, before Enki took over most of her functions, what does this mean? She was able to give birth, okay? Listen, she was able to give birth through parthenogenesis. She is a creator goddess, okay? And this is a part of that whole masculine agenda to take the female deities out, okay? Okay? These women are creator goddesses. They're not called goddesses of fertility and mother goddesses for no reason. Okay? Where did the man come from? Okay? Even though before before men you had women. Before women you had asexual / hermaphroditic / androgynous primitive people, aka the Lemurians. But let's keep it going. An indication of her continued relevance may be found in the theophoric name of Ur-Nammu, the founder of the third dynasty of Ur. According to the Neo, Remember, Neo means new. According to Neo, Sumerian text, Enki and Ninma, Enki is the son of An and his mother Namu. So what does this mean? Okay, Namu gave birth to the gods. She gave birth to An, and she gave birth to Enlil. So Enlil is not in original text. In original text, she gave birth to An. She gave birth to Enlil. She gave birth to Enki. So in original text, An is not Enki's father. Anu is not Enki's father. Okay? Anu is not Enki's father. Okay? Enki is the son of An and his mother Namu. Namu is the goddess who has given birth to the great gods. It is she who has the idea of creating mankind, and she goes to wake up Enki, who is asleep in the Apsu, so that he may set the process going. Okay, she went and Enlil pitched the idea to Namu to create humans to help them mine gold. Okay, she relayed this message over to Enki because she told him she's gonna ask Enki to help them create the humans, because Enki is what? A god of creation, a god of crafts, and a god of magic. Okay, and so when she relayed that message over to Enki while he was asleep, she appeared to him in a vision in his dream and asked him to help them create humans. So right here, you have where it talks about the Atrahasis, which is a very old book that talks about the rivalry between Enki and Enlil. So it says the Atrahasis Epos has it that Enlil requested from Namu the creation of humans, and Namu told him that with the help of Enki, her son, she can create humans in the image of the gods. Okay? She can create humans in the image of the gods. So when you go read about these people, these Anunnaki, alright, they tell you these people have the face of man. Go read or listen to Enki and Ninma. They had the face of man. Alright, now let's go over here. Look at this. Ki was the earth goddess. In Sumerian religion, chief consort of the sky god An. In some legends, Ki and An were brothers and sisters before the offspring, being the offspring of Anshar, sky pivot, and Ki, earth pivot. Earlier personifications of earth and heaven. Okay, so by her consort Anu, Ki gave birth to the Anunnaki. Ki gave birth to the Anunnaki. The most prominent of these deities being Enlil, god of the air. Okay, according to legends, earth and heaven were once inseparable until Enlil was born. Enlil cleaved Enlil cleaved heaven and earth in two and carried away heaven. Ki in company with Enlil took the earth. Okay? And so this is where you get the story. When I be showing y'all, Satan is the prince of air and he split the seas. Marduk is Enlil as well, and he is the one who split the seas. He shot the arrow and split Tiamat in two. Okay? That's equivalent to Nibiru. One of Nibiru's moons hitting the earth and Nibiru crashing into it. Again, like I explained, Earth and Maldek were one big ass planet. When Nibiru came around, or whatever that cataclysmic event that happened in our solar system that got Uranus over there leaning like a kickstand or a horse with 3 legs, Maldek and Earth was one big ass planet. And so when it hit, it crushed Maldek. That's why we got that Kuiper belt, aka hammered bracelet, as the Anunnaki call it. The Kuiper belt, the asteroid belt in our solar system, is made out of the debris of Maldek, which was between Mars and Jupiter. Okay? So Earth wasn't where it was before. Earth is not where it was before. And then when Earth came over here, it rotated and created a sphere. It may not be a perfect sphere, but listen. Where was I? a piece of the debris, I'm not sure if I said this already, a piece of the debris that broke off is also the moon Phobos that orbits Mars. Okay? That orbits Mars. I got a video coming on Mars, actually. I got a video on Mars coming later down in the future. But let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. So right here, because I don't want to leave this out. Now remember that my last video on extraterrestrials, I showed y'all Arizona Wilder explaining and saying that Zechariah Sitchin gives out misinformation. And if you do research on his work, a lot of people actually question and contradict him. Now, I'm not saying he always wrong, or for the most part, because you got to be able to have discernment and decipher things for yourself and research. So this is why not all books have full truth, okay? So you got to be able to be discerning, okay, and know what's the truth and what's lies. Because anybody can take these theologies, these books and whatnot, and recreate them or reinterpret them, etc. Especially if it's text that's not complete. Like if you find a tablet and you don't got it don't got all the words on it, and you trying to interpret it, but you missing words and you just add shit in there. That's what it's kind of like that. But listen, Sitchin in one of the books takes the question of who Yahweh may be is also an Anunnaki. He is visibly trying to show that Yahweh isn't Anu, or isn't an Anunnaku. But the God of the Anunnaki, his argumentation is, however, not very convincing. In the book, I demonstrate that his reasoning can also be seen to demonstrate that Yahweh is Marduk. I'm not going to right out say that, but I will say he is an aspect of Marduk. But I do think that because technically Yahweh is Enlil, and Enlil is Marduk. So these are all aspects of the same deity that want to oppose Enki. Okay? So listen. And that is something he certainly wants to deny. It is a question of the viewpoint. Thus, one can actually set up the hypothesis that Yahweh is an Anunnaku. He is sometimes called Yahweh Elohim. Okay? And that he, during their physical absence from the earth, is a kind of governor of the Anunnaki that fits what is stated above about the abominable cruelty on one side, and on the other side, the violent nutrition of the Anunnaki with our life energies. Does he supply the Anunnaki with the energies from the earth during their hibernation? He's asking, does he supply the Anunnaki with the life force of the humans on earth? Okay. So, hold up. Okay. Alright. Yahweh then, together with two others, had Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. Okay? They're the ones who destroyed Gomorrah. Okay? Sodom and Gomorrah, which is where people was committing sodomy and all that type of bullshit. There are indications that this could have been done by means of a nuclear explosion. That's facts. I didn't see. Look at it. 'Cause I don't even. Let me see. Moab. Yeah. Wait. Moab. So you gotta finesse it when you typing. Hold up. No, it ain't showing that more. Hold up. Let me see. There it is. There it is. Look at that. In ancient times, a Moab, a mother of all bombs, a nuke. Look at that. That is a nuke. And so that's a king right there, but they've been doing this. They've been had this technology. So where do you think they got it from? Look at that. There's a mushroom cloud right there. And then look at that. It's synonymous to fireworks popping out. You see the explosions right here, don't you? You see the explosions. This is a Moab. Don't act ignorant. Don't act like there's not a Moab. Okay? So let's go. What we got here? So again, We ain't gotta read too deep into this. Sinai would at the time have been a forbidden area for humans. Sinai is where, again, Yahweh rose and gave Moses those 10 commandments. And so, and this is where Yahweh came. Yeah, so a war from Sinai, blah, blah, blah. Let brimstone, fire fall 2 times. Bitumen or tar, graphic. The Hebrew word translate as brimstone is graphic, which means pitch, bitumen, and generally refer to inflammable material. Whatevs. I'm pretty sure Gafford is graphite. Okay. Right here you have Ishtar and Ninhursag. Okay, Ishtar and Ninhursag. Okay, these are technically the same people. They equate with Isis. Okay, we're gonna get into this in a minute. Let's go. Let's get back to this video.
You're looking at reconstructed images of a formation in the heavens just a few thousand years ago. The configuration evolved through many phases, evoking reverence and awe, a model for kings and kingdoms for thousands of years. Great temples and cities and sacred mountains all pointed back to the mythic age of gods and wonders. Let the world's first astronomers point the way for us. They knew that what the myths and hymns and prayers called gods were planets and aspects of planets. Planets appeared close to the Earth in a heaven-spanning configuration. Memories of that celestial splendor still surround us, even if humanity later forgot much more than it remembered. Reconnecting with our forgotten past will be essential for our own cultural integrity, essential for the study of human consciousness, and essential for all of the sciences.
Before we get into this cosmic thunderbolt, because I didn't show this yet. Before we get off a set, alright, this is a website that explains the electrical significance behind the gods. I don't want to make it electrical just like, oh, this is electrical, that's electrical, that. I mean that it is you get what I'm saying. They're all cosmological anthropomorphic deities. Not all of them, excuse me, but a lot of them. And their energy, some of these guys' energy also represents cosmological events or things. So just like how Set is a god of storms, okay? God of storms, deserts, the sky. Okay, look right here. And we know Saturn got that whirlwind, that whirlpool that happens at the North and South Pole. So you see it got the male attribute, Set, cyclone, updraft, negative charge, plasma sieve. If you don't know what a sieve is, it look like a strainer or something like that. See that? A mesh strainer. Oh, it is a strainer. Also known as sieve. Commonly known as sieve, is a device for separating wanted elements from unwanted material. Okay? For characterizing the particle size, distribution of a sample, typically using a woven screen such as a mesh or net of metal or metal. The word sieve derives from sieve or sieve. Okay? Now, where we go? Back right. So we got the vortex. Oops. So we got the vortex. And it says grow. So obviously it can get bigger. Now you see these are also called typhoons, obviously, and Set's name, one of his names, are Typhon, right? And this right here, this is an aardvark. They like to say he's an aardvark. Some say he's a taper. Some say he's just an anteater or something like that. Or they call it a set animal. An animal they believe doesn't exist anymore. But look, I'm showing y'all the science of the gods. Pay attention. Set is the cyclone that is earth spots and sunspots. His hieroglyphics describe him as an attribute of cyclones is negative charge being seeded through the ionosphere. Okay, again, an attribute of cyclones is negative charge, or is negatively charged being seeded through the ionosphere, electron precipitation, to create and grow a vortex. Okay. He is also described either as the great negative charge connection or negative charge plasma electrostatics. In conventional Egyptology, Set was a storm god associated with strange and frightening events such as thunderstorms. He was considered to be very strong but dangerous and strange. However, he was not always considered to be an evil being. Set protected the life-giving oasis of the desert and was at times a powerful ally to the sun god Ra. I excuse my reading when I be doing these long ass videos. You know, I start slurring and whatnot. You know how you be you know how you can sit there and say something that's tongue twisting multiple times and then it start getting harder and harder to say. Yeah, I've been talking for a long ass time and now it's kind of getting harder to talk. But Set's spear is the puncture mark shown by the eye, umbra of the storm. See, the eye of the storm. That thing is called the eye of the storm. Alright? Just about every planet has a north and a south pole. Now, it says the earth and sun interact in similar ways. Storms happen on the earth and the sun. The sun and earth are both spheres. Spheres, it say, are both sphere magnets. Oh, sphere magnets in space, especially Set. Or listen, bear with me, okay? Equally, Set applies to both the sun and stars as well as on Earth. Okay, so again, the Earth and sun interacts in similar ways. Storms happen on the sun as well as on the Earth. The Earth and suns are both sphere magnets in space. Equally, Set applies to both sun and stars as well as on Earth. Okay, on Earth, low pressure sucks in the air up through the center like an invisible tube. Okay, just like your electromagnetic field when your breath going up and going to the sides and going out. The toroidal field. The toroidal field, explained by the action of the aardvark nose, describing the vertical winds. Exactly. Thunderstorms that are principally electrically driven. Negative charge or electrons received through the holes in ionosphere called electron precipitation. And so look at we gonna show the demonstration. We gotta show this. You gotta understand this deity. Alright? You know who he is. So you know who he is, you know what he about, and you know how to get around his tactics. Alright? Because he's, and I quote, the greatest deceiver. He is very tricky. Alright? He is the spirit. He is the spirit behind these Bibles, these monotheistic religions. It's different God, different name. I mean, it's the same God's different name, same spirit. Okay? Same God, different name, same spirit. God, Allah, Yahweh, same God. Same God. Facts. That's just facts. Set in his aspect of the moon. Okay? So right here. What's this? You see it? You see it going? You see it going out? You see it going out like a toroidal field? The air going up. Boom. Eye wall. This is the center of the earth. The hole that's going through it. And boom. Go right here. Oh yeah, I'm playing this right. Look.
He doesn't look very happy. Still going. Bloody hell. I'm gonna get...
He ain't gonna do nothing but run into it. But yeah, let's go. Let's say, okay. Close observation of laboratory. Okay. Arc discharge reveals that an electric wind surrounds and often precedes an electric arc. At the most basic level, electric currents are the prime cause of rotation, movement in the universe. Okay. Rotation. Rotating because external electromagnetic fields are influencing the atmosphere. Below, it shows, right here, because this is just like on Saturn. Right there. Right there. The atmosphere at 10 HPA, equivalent to about 192 kilometers above the Earth's surface, within the Earth's ionosphere boundary, which is 90 to 1,000 kilometers. The chart shows negative charge that has traveled through the ionosphere, sieved into the very top of the atmosphere via the Birkeland current, synonymous to your Kundalini, okay? Synonymous to your Kundalini at the South Pole, aka your perineum/base chopper, okay? This drives wind vortices, plural for vortex, shown below, what is described by the hieroglyphs of Set. Look at, look at, look. And so right there, right there, right there. So if you wanna check this website out, you wanna learn more about the gods and etc. This website is godelectric.org. Okay, godelectric.org. Okay, right there, right there, right there. You see a popping Set. Talks about him and Nephthys. Nephthys is his sister / consort. Okay, okay, okay. The earliest time she was considered to be Nephthys. Okay, let me see. Charge below shows Set in action. TEC. Total electron content in the ionosphere as an indicator of negative charge passing through the ionosphere. C, charging the Earth. Okay. Since the earliest of time, Set was considered to be Nephthys' counterpart, always associated with her because Nephthys describes a capacitor or store of electric energy on both the stars and planets. Okay. Which Set acts through. Shown below, a close-up of the sunspot reveals the plasma cloud forms on the solar corona swirl, just like on Earth, and the penumbra lines electrically driven spiral and point inwards. Set spears the eye of the storm. Oh. Okay. Set spearing a pop as the sunspot penumbra. Interesting. Okay. A snake is used to describe. Don't piss me off. A snake is used to describe the sun's corona. Oh yeah, the Aurora Borealis. Hold up, I didn't told y'all about that. Aurora. I don't even know how to spell that shit. There it is right there. You see? The halo around the sun. The halo around the sun. The halo around the sun. Hey. The halo around the sun. They still ask which one. What you mean, bitch? I'm having fun. Hey. Oh, let me chill. We're right here. Let me go back. Spear to the head of the snake. Define sunspot. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. The action of the spear inserted into the head of the snake defines a sunspot. A sunspot is the puncture mark of the sun's corona that can propagate coronal mass ejections, or CME. Okay, removing the spear from the snake's head causes the snake to eject venom, thus describing the mechanism for a CME. Okay, it's that simple. That was simple. And so this is why I say spirituality will help you understand science. Science is not the best way to understand. See, what they doing, Because spirituality, like I've been telling y'all, spirituality and science used to be one thing. So now it's like it's broken apart. They act like you can't combine the two, but they trying to use science to explain spirituality. That's the whole point of science. Like, that's literally the whole point of science, is to define the metaphysical, to define and describe and figure out and understand how everything is able to come to be. But when they do it, they're making it too sophisticated for themselves and too complicated, and adding in new things and lying and not being able to interpret it, because they're not going back to ancient history, which has been telling us the science of existence. Not just life, but existence. Okay? Not just life, but existence. Okay? And the reason I be saying that, I'm flushing existence, or I love to learn about existence, or not life, is because life is inside of existence. If you get what I'm saying, you can lose your life, existence still going to go on. How you can exist without existence? And by existence, I mean everything that's outside of this realm, everything that's not physical, etc. If you, I'm pretty sure y'all get what I'm saying. So, and we know existence is actually a deity, okay? Because why? God is everything and everyone at the same time, and he is everywhere. Okay? Okay. The long body of EPIP defines absorption of energy from the universe at the sun's corona. This is shown supporting the plasma link that supports the sun Ra. Alright? So now that we have this overstanding of Set, the storm god, the typhoon, okay? Negative charge, plasma, electrostatic, referring to the fact that approximately 90% of lightning is negative charge liters, or cyclone, updraft, negative blah blah blah. But yeah, so electric universe. It's not a theory. It's not a theory. Okay, it's not a theory. It's not a theory. I hope you hear me while you acting scared. Bet he can't spear me. But what is this? One more. Set represents the negative charge connection of negative charge leaders, while Horus is the strong electric charge. Okay. See, it's that balance, that duality, that chaos in order. The lotus flower that Set and Horus are pulling represents the glow discharge. Together, Set and Horus show the breakdown of the dielectric in a capacitor, or dielectric in a capacitor, and the function of the electric plasma discharge to a pyramid. The cartouche to the center is explained as the resonant electrostatic projection of negative charge connection waves, supported by the lung representation, AC current. It explains how a pyramid supports life receiving power from dielectric injecting negative charges. Okay, if you read something like that to the average person, you're going to make their brain melt. So that's pretty much it. Take this in. Take this in. After this video, know that you have an overstanding of who and what Set/Satan is. Nobody can debate you. Alright? They can't tell you that the God in the Bible ain't Set, or Cronus, or Yaldabaoth, or Yahweh, or Saturn for that matter. They can't tell you it's not Chiun. They can't tell you it's not Enlil. They can't tell you it's not El. They can't tell you it's not none of them. They can't tell you it's not none of them. Alright? So if you're a person, once again, who likes to debate, okay, you better take heed. You better take heed. Because if you go and debate a Hebrew Israelite, they're going to pull out that Bible, and you ain't going to have shit to say, regardless if you know the Bible it got bullshit. Okay? So we can't, even though we can't necessarily fully say the Bible is a lie, because it has truth and lies in it. But at the same time, okay, even though it sounds contradicting, but it's not telling the full truth, so it's not the truth. Okay? It's not telling the full truth, so it's not the truth. It's not the truth. It's not the truth. It's not a righteous God. That God in the Bible is not righteous. And I can't wait to show y'all my next video. I can't wait. I can't wait. Because these... Listen, niggas got me fucked up. That's all I'm going to tell you. Okay? Let's get it.
Just a few thousand years ago, our ancestors witnessed a gathering of planets close to the Earth. An explosion of human imagination occurred, an outpouring of mythology and symbolism that defined cultures.
That's the sun, that's Saturn, that's Venus, Mars, and the moon. All aligned. Alright? The solar system is not aligned like this anymore. The planets aren't in the same spots they used to be.
For thousands of years, long after the celestial provocation itself was forgotten. In these early historical times, there are no records of the present planets, no diaries recording planetary motions or periods. Planets as we know them today did not exist. These were the gods, awe-inspiring, and at times capricious and terrifying. Early star worshippers speak of a great light of heaven, motionless in the sky, the Egyptian Atum or Atum Ra, the Sumerian On, the Babylonian Anu. And enigmatically, early astronomers knew the overarching figure as the planet Saturn, whose story will be a centerpiece of our third episode. In the beginning, the gathered powers were not seen as separate gods, but as the primeval unity of heaven, the perfect conjunction, or great conjunction of the Golden Age. A massive sphere hung in the sky, and in its center stood a radiant star surrounded by explosive streamers. Cultures the world over came to see this star in feminine terms as the mother goddess, the planet Venus. Remembered as the great star, the mother of all stars. This was the central eye, heart, and soul of the primeval sun, his animating life, power, and glory, and much more. One of the most enigmatic cultural themes is the transformation of the life-giving goddess into a monstrous form, attacking the world.
You see that? You see, and he just said attacking the world, right? Listen, look. I have to show y'all this. Y'all gotta see. Look. Because I've been saying this. Let's go. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Find out this page. Right there. We're gonna start right here though. Kelly entered the battleground, okay, riding upon the back of a lion. And it was only after, okay, it was only after she had seen Kali, or he had seen Kali, that the demon Raktabija began to know the true meaning of fear, the true meaning of fear. Then Kali spread her tongue, that it also covered the entire battlefield. And while she was doing that, she ordered the gods to attack. By covering the entire battlefield with her tongue, Kali prevented even one drop of blood from touching the ground, and the gods were indeed victorious. However, they never would have been so had it not been for the help of Kali. The way they type is kind of weird, so it's kind of fucking me up a little bit. Let's go. Okay, because that's Venus. Okay, they represent Venus. Then, much like the Egyptian goddess Sekhmet, who became drunk on the blood of mankind. Okay, take that in. Sekhmet became drunk. This is the goddess who Ra sent to punish the ones who were going against his laws. And who is Ra supposed to symbolize? The universe. So they were going against the laws of the universe, and they got this is why in one of them books in Egypt, I'm pretty sure it's the Book of the Dead, they say Sekhmet created these a group of Caucasoids. But listen, Sekhmet was sent, and this is where you get that curse of Cain from. The curse of Cain, same story. And I already showed you on my previous cosmic intention video. Ra is that quasar. Okay, that quasar is a post-seed of the universe. That quasar at the center of the galaxy. It says in stories, he was stung by a scorpion. In other stories, it say he was stung by a snake. What is near that black hole, which is called Sagittarius A? What constellation is near Sagittarius A? Scorpio. Scorpio, the constellation looks like a cobra. In native astrology, Scorpio is actually a snake. Okay? And so, when Ra sent Sekhmet, she was killing people, she was punishing people, she went crazy, she got bloodthirsty and etc. Okay? She got bloodthirsty. She got bloodthirsty. Okay? So, right here, back right here. Kali also became drunk on blood of the demons. Raktabija. Indeed, Kali actually became so drunk that she began to tear across the universe, destroying everyone and everything that happened to get in her way. That's that Venus energy. That's that dragon. Most people believe that it was then that Kali first began to adorn herself with the various body parts of victims. Okay? And what they did to, this is similar to what they did to Sekhmet. They got her drunk in order for her to stop. Or something along those lines. They tried to trick her. They tricked her basically in order to get her to stop eating people and killing people and slaughtering and massacring and pillaging. But yeah, luckily Shiva immediately realized that what was happening, and he knew all too well that Kali had to be stopped. No other choice existed, so he threw himself down beneath her feet, and by doing that, Shiva was able to stop Kali's dance down to the road to destruction. Then when Kali finally did calm down and her ferocious form disappeared, she embraced Shiva, turning into her aspect of Gauri, the radiant mother. Now in some stories, she killed him by dancing on him when he threw himself under her. So right here it say the Thuggy or thugs, a wild and dangerous sect in India worships Kali. Take this in, because right here, I know y'all see illusion, because Kali is also a goddess of time. Okay, she's a goddess of time. That only adds to the extremely negative views that people in the West may have about her. Westerners who see God as being totally good find it extremely difficult to understand why Hindus worship a goddess such as Kali, or why she so often appears to them in such an ugly and ferocious form. Westerners frequently tend to view most things, okay, in absolutes. For some reason, this is why they can't interpret shit. But yeah, they believe that God is good, okay, and the devil is bad. Hindus, however, have a completely different outlook on things. To them, there exists one universal power, and that power, beyond or above any form of good and evil, they see the absolute good and absolute bad, which most Westerners seem to believe in, as nothing more than Maya, which means illusion. And so what they're saying here is because their supreme God, Brahma, has 3 faces, okay? And what they say about these 3 faces, they represent different aspects of the primal God, okay? The destroyer, which is Shiva. Then you got the maintainer, and then you got the destroyer, maintainer, and the builder. Let's go look at this. I don't want to just be talking. Right here. Right here. You need all 3. You see this 3-headed God? Matter of fact, let's go look at Brahma, who is supposed to be Ptah. And now, even though they say Hinduism is the oldest religion on the planet, I'll be saying that too, but I don't fully believe that shit, because before that there wasn't none of this shit. And then this shit is the same as Mesopotamia. So if in the Indus Valley and Hindu aren't even the oldest people on the planet, how your gods came from these gods that they call Babylonian and pagan? All you got to do is compare the stories. Okay, it's not that hard. People have a hard time believing that these gods are the same gods in all these civilizations, that they not praying to the same gods. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? These gods were known all around the planet. They just got different names and different images, different avatars, etc. So what you talking about? Okay, look it. The 3-headed God. I wanna maintainer, destroyer, creator. You see how I be typing? But look, Trimurti is the triple deity of supreme divinity in Hindu, in which the cosmic functions of creation, maintenance, and destruction are personified as a triad of deities, typically Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Shiva the destroyer. Okay, through individual denominations may vary from the particular line ups. Okay, you see them right there. Brahma, Krishna, and Shiva. Okay, and Shiva is supposed to be like equivalent to Set. Okay, so that's the destroyer. That's the destroyer face of that God. Now let's come back right here. Let's see. Kali Ma is also said to reflect or derive from the divine Kemetic goddess Sekhmet. Okay. Sekhmet's name, meaning and attributes suit her and parallels with Kali Ma. Sekhmet, the one who is powerful. She also was given titles such as the one before whom evil trembles, the mistress of dread, the lady of slaughter. Okay, Sekhmet also was seen as a bringer of dis-ease, as well as the provider of curses to such ills. Okay, the name Sekhmet literally became synonymous with the physician and surgeons, as Kali Ma with yoga and meditation. Okay, and remember, your Sekhmet, Sekhem, that higher self, that will, that burning passion inside of you, that Sekhem, that body, that greater spiritual you. And remember, the Sekhem form of Reiki, where you get the energy, you can get the energy from that person's higher self, or you use your own energy to heal this person. It's a different form of, end quote, Reiki. But yeah, many members of Sekhmet's priesthood, often who were considered to be on the same level as physicians. Okay, her followers were on the same level as physicians. Okay, Sekhmet also spelled Sekhmet, Sekhmet, Sekhet, was originally the warrior goddess as well as goddess of healing. Now I don't need to even get too deep into that. Right here, you even got Kali on the lion. That's Sekhmet right there. That's Sekhmet right there, the lion goddess. Okay, Okay, you can sit here and read this, and we know the lion equals might. The lion equals might. In Egyptian mythology, Sekhmet, Sakis, sound like Saki or Sakti, among other spelling. You know they also call Sekhmet Durga. They also call Kali Ma Durga. Okay? Okay. Okay, it's right there. It's right here. So I don't even need to keep on letting people know that they're the same deity or different aspect. Nah, they're the same deity. They're the same deity. Now, back to what we was on. Had to make sure I got that out of there. Because right here, you got them as well with the sun in the back. You see them. You got Shiva on the ground. Okay? You see her with the sun disk on her head right there. Right here, you got the lion. The lion's mane is synonymous to the moon. I mean, the sun, excuse me. It's synonymous to the corona rays from the sun. You see, and what sign rules Leo? The sun rules Leo. Okay? Planet of vitality, life, ego, creativity, and expression, and might, willpower, and spontaneity. Alright, this also has to do with the solar plexus. Okay, now let's get back into it. Oh yeah, and you're gonna see this crown in there, this spiky crown, because this is Venus, this is Ishtar. Also, there was a black Statue of Liberty that was gifted to America, but they're not using it. And yeah, and you can find this serpent Kundalini version of the Lady of Liberty in different places on the planet. And so pay attention to this crown right here as well. Upper crown, Hedget, lower crown, Deshret, double crown, Percent. Alright, pay attention. Notice.
This was the terrible goddess, raging in the sky with wildly disordered hair, or multiple flailing arms, a celestial spectacle radiating a paralyzing light. When instability and displacement occurred, the streamers discharging from Venus grew.
I want y'all to know. I want y'all to know after this, I'm going to destroy. Listen, I'm about to destroy by the end of this video, or towards the end of this video. I'm going to destroy, okay, the illusion of time. And I'm going to help people get their minds past fourth dimension. Okay, let's go.
Chaotic, giving the planet a frightful countenance. The angry goddess was a comet, the mythic prototype of comets. Immanuel Velikovsky's great comet, the planet Venus. Seen in front of this central star was a smaller, darker, reddish sphere. This was the mythic warrior, the masculine heart of the heart, the child in the womb, the child on the lap, the pupil of the eye, the axle of the cosmic wheel, the most active figure of world mythology. Sky worshippers everywhere knew the identity of this warrior, the victor over dragons and chaos monsters. This global identity of Mars as the greatest of warriors shouts to us an unrecognized history. On the great sphere of heaven, a bright crescent appeared, with the orb or star of Venus between its horns. Things never seen in our sky were once revered around the world.
Okay, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Look at right there. So we gotta get on Hathor and Thoth, because they both represent the moon and Venus. Like, they both represent, well, Hathor not the moon, but Venus. Both represent Venus and the moon. Now, also both represent Lucifer. Okay? Different aspects of Lucifer. See, Lucifer, once again, because people like to think Lucifer is the devil. Lucifer, when you apply it to gods, it's multiple gods. And when you do that, you're applying a righteous God and a non-righteous God, and you're getting polarity. Okay? Okay. And then remember, duality, polarity. When it comes to a deity, it means their positive aspect, and it may mean their negative aspect. And so people are scared, okay, of a God or their God doing anything that's like destructive. So God can do wrath, right? God can do wrath. God does wrath in the Bible and tell you that it's a sin and that you shouldn't do it. But this is why God in the Bible killed over 2 million people. Okay? The God in the Bible killed over 2 million people. So right here you got the negative. I don't want to sit here and harp too long on this because I've been explaining this for too long. Negative, you know, that's the darkness, that's the feminine, that's more spiritual, that's the female, and that's why their intuition is much more, they're more prominent, it's more prominent in them, or more, they are more in touch with their intuition than a man, because it's inside. That's feminine. It's not outside. It's not necessarily just left brain. So even though it's a combination of left and right brain, it's more prominent in women because they're inside. They're in the body. Okay? And so it says female. We know that that's the feminine energy, the night. You know that's the darkness. Just like the darkness of the yin realm. You got the moon. You know that's the subconscious that come out at night. That's the feelings and emotions. That's female, feminine energy. You got the intuition. I just explained this. Cold, soft. Women are gentle. Okay, right here you got positive. Okay, that's positive. That's the left side of the brain. That's masculine. Okay, you got male. You got day. That's when the sun is out. That's men are active. The sun gives you testosterone, builds vitamin D, makes you more lean. Okay, light equals information, so you're becoming powerful, stronger and powerful. Okay, because knowledge is power. Now again, active, because men are builders, they're workers, they're active. Right here you got logic. That's again associated with the left brain as opposed to the right brain, which has to do with feelings and emotions. And then you got hot right here, and you got hard body like a man. And then you got divine, masculine, feminine. Here we go again. And when you come down here, you got Isis and Osiris. So it's just because it don't just mean, it don't just mean negative and positive either. It means female and male. It can mean love and hate, love and fear. Okay? It don't just mean bad and evil. It don't mean that. That's not the entire aspect of Lucifer. Because Isis and Osiris are not evil deities, but they're consorts. Okay? And so when you get this, you got this in the middle, which is the Kundalini. This will represent the spirit. So again, that's the sun being created, aka Horus. And so the Adam and Eve story is the Kundalini story that is written within everyone on the backside and sealed within 7 chakras. So your Kundalini going up your spinal column into the 7 chakras in your endocrine system. Period. It's synonymous to sex. And so what did they learn in the Garden of Eden? They learned how to have sex. They learned knowledge. They learned serpent wisdom. They learned magic. They learned science. They learned astrology. They learned serpent wisdom. They learned knowledge. And what's the spiritual meaning of a motherfucking serpent? Of a snake. Because niggas like to say, oh, you a snake. Oh, you a snake. Oh, snakes is evil. The serpent in the garden is evil. No, it's not. I have a video on that shit. When the serpent slithers, okay? When the serpent slithers as their spirit animal, okay? The mystical will becomes the norm. Okay. Oh, that ain't even showing it. Hold up. Where is it? Hold up. Let me see. Symbolize. Okay, the snake symbolize. It stands for patience, intellect. Okay, intellect, because they one of the only animals that have a pineal gland. Okay, and they can see into 9 dimensions, possibly even further, depending on their consciousness. Not only that, I don't wanna just. I know some of the stuff I say is out there, even though the people on my channel is used to shit like that. I've read that these motherfuckers can shape shit. Now, I will be reading more on that. But right here it says stand for patience, intellect, fertility. They give birth. They shed their skin and become a new snake. They give birth. They lay eggs, etc. Longevity, protection, and rebirth. Okay, right here as a spirit animal, you are articulate, flexible, dynamic, frank, subtle, and secretive in dreams. Hint: presence of someone threatening your life. Okay. In dreams, it means someone threatening your life. Interesting. But still, back to what I was saying. They try to give the snake a negative connotation. Okay. Let me see something. See, because I know I be reading that snakes actually represent creation, and see, snake symbolism and the powers of healing. Okay, snakes have a long-standing symbol of healing, like the caduceus, which is a hospital symbol with 2 serpents going up them. Come on now, come on. And we know your sexual energy, where the kundalini abode is, has to do with creation. Stop playing. The snake is a divine creature. It's a divine entity. Okay? It's more conscious than a lot of you human beings. Sorry to say, but some of you are closed-minded as shit to the point where your pineal is closed. Moving on. And so I've showed this multiple times. We already seen this a plethora of times. Like the Hebrews don't even pay attention to this for some reason. But you know, right here, I put this right here for the sake of Thoth, because you got the Mercury and Moon right here. You know, Venus right here. So, you know, it's not hard. It ain't too like far-fetched to think that the Moon and Mercury actually did come from Venus. Where else did they come from if both of them are associated with Venus in mythology? Okay, the Earth didn't have a moon before. Okay, it was brought here. And so right here, you know, the reason I like this one is because it got the serpent at the top and the bottom. So that represents the birthing current / the spirit of God coming into you from the top. All right. And you got the one that's inside you, or the one that can come from the earth. So moving down here, for people who still don't understand that you are the universe. You are God. You have all of it that's outside of you, inside of you. So, as above, so below, as within, so without. Okay? We all know Set rule the earth. This is in texture, it's in scripture, it's in all of that. So Set rules the root chakra and the base chakra. Okay? Including the earth. Your sacral chakra, that's Mars and that's the Moon and Venus, which is feelings, emotions, love, etc. Then you got the Sun, which is Moon and Sun and Mars. And sometimes the Mars is called a red Sun or a red Horus. Okay, and this is masculine energy. Okay, that's your solar plexus. Then you got right here, you got the heart, which is also associated with Mars and Venus. Moon and Venus. Let me slow down. The heart chakra is linked to Moon and Venus. Okay, the Venus is love and beauty. Okay, love and beauty. We know the Moon is love and emotions and healing and feelings. And so they both represent the same thing. Then when you get right here to the high heart, Sharon, this is where your soul and your spirit makes the union called the spirit soul, and you're getting into your spiritual chakras because you're coming out of your body, okay, into the head. So right here you got the throat, which is Mercury, which has to do with speech. Okay, your throat chakra, which has to do with speech. That's to do with expressing yourself, like from the heart. Okay, because if you don't, or you scared to express yourself, it's going to become underactive. All right, and yeah. So right here you have Neptune. We know Neptune is Osiris type shit. Right there, yeah, that's the pineal gland. You got Jupiter, which would be like your crown, which is equivalent to, is associated with Amen, and Amen is Jupiter. That's supposed to be like the Christ with the halo on top of his head, etc. And then you got the soul star, which is connected to like the cosmos, the source, and the sun, etc. This is a chakra that's out your body. Then you got the hands. I don't ever speak on the hands and whatnot. That's Pluto D. We already know what this is. I already got chakras on. I already got a video on how to use these chakras. Then this ear one, I read somewhere that this ear chakra stuff got to do with going back to your past life and feeling like a child again, something like that. And I read somebody say if you go outside bare feet and spin around, it'll help you act. I never heard of this shit, but I ain't never looked into ear chakras. But yeah, we know the rest of this shit is accurate, too accurate. But right here, you got the Hebrew Kabbalah. Okay, now I'm about to give y'all the names that's in this real quick, because this is Hebrew. Hold up. Boom. So right here, we're gonna start at the bottom. Let me kind of make that a little bigger. Right there. So right here, okay? Because I'm trying to get motherfuckers to understand who actually Hebrew, who don't know what the fuck they talking about. So this right here says Adonai, okay, which means Almighty Lord, okay. This right here is Eloi, which means gods. Right here, right here you got Elohim Sabaoth, which means armies of gods, or God's armies of gods, etc. Then right here, you have Yahweh Sabaoth, or Sabaoth, which, Yahweh Sabaoth. So that's Adonai, Eloi, okay? Elohim Sabaoth, Yahweh Sabaoth, Yahweh / Yahweh / Yahweh, okay? Elohim, which also means gods, okay? El, Yahweh Elohim, Yah, and Aya, as in Inky, Aya, E-A, Aya, A-Y, A-H, A-Y, A-H is how you spell Aya. Now these Hebrews like to pronounce it Ahaya. That's not how you pronounce it. It's Aya. It's Aya or Aya. And this where you get the god Aya. This where you get natives who saying Aya, 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 Aya. They're speaking to the god Aya, which is technically a hermaphroditic or a mother deity. Okay, but Aya, and this is also where you get Aya and ayahuasca. Okay, and so it says right there, highest crown. This is the Sephirothic system of the 10 divine names, and they gonna look at this and they like to say shit like this is Babylon or pagan or demonic or is evil or is satanic or is Freemasonic or is Luciferian. No, nigga, this is the universe. This is the universe. Okay, but y'all minds ain't ready for this shit. Y'all threw this shit out the book. Y'all threw this shit out y'all book. Y'all don't care. Y'all don't care. So y'all not gonna have the understanding that an actual spiritual person have of your own doctrine. Okay? But gotta teach niggas about their own shit. Hold up. Let me back up on them. So right there you got the star Venus. Okay. You see is making the circle with the star in the middle. We already seen this before. Now right here it says the sigil of Lucifer, symbol of creation, existence, and power. The symbol of Lucifer originated in the grimoire of truth published in Italy in the 16th century. It is the third sign of Lucifer in the grimoire and is based on a 9 by 9 magic square Magic squares were used before the 16th century to create magic and symbolize many different things. Many different things. So let me pull this motherfucker up here. And so, see right there, you got the chaos sign. And it say unpredictable behavior, confusion, and discussion. It's unpredictable because you don't know which way this person gonna go. I may act this way, I may act that way, I may act this way, I may act that way. It's like you're bipolar, or you're unpredictable, or you're hyper with the shit. You're spontaneously unpredictable. Okay, look, this right here is the Luciferian symbol. It inspired the Google store symbol because it's in the symbol, my guys. So it says the sigil of Lucifer contains the X. Okay, the X, which symbolizes in the physical plane. Okay, which symbolizes power in the physical plane. Okay, the X symbolizes power in the physical plane. The inverted triangle is a symbol for water. The inverted triangle is a symbol for water. You see this? The inverted triangle is a symbol for water. So this looks like a chalice. Okay, it's supposed to look like water being poured in it or something. Okay, the chalice as in that cup, as in that holy grail that I showed up here with the Star of David. That is a chalice. Okay, this is a chalice. And so apparently to them, this is supposed to be like a chalice. And so it says the inverted triangle is a symbol for water, and the V right here symbolizes duality, like Venus. Okay, the whole symbol looks like a chalice, which represents creation. Okay, it's like a womb, a vagina. You see the hole right there. So right there, you got Yaldabaoth, commanded by his father Yahweh, or commanded by his father Yahweh, Jehovah and Jupiter, to create the earth and man. Some texts make him to do this alone, others assign to him. Okay, he didn't do this shit alone. He didn't do that shit by himself. Okay, he's not the only creator of humans. There was not one deity creating humans. Hold up. I should have. Yeah, he can't hold me. Okay, let's go. Right here, you got Thoth. I told y'all pay attention because Thoth gonna have this scepter, these serpents, right? He represents the aspect of Lucifer. If you do a lot of research on him, like I said before, a lot of these gods, you may find that they stem from him somehow. Okay, or because I be starting to feel like this is the spirit of the God of this universe that travels through each god, because this deity has more than one avatar. Now look, the Uraeus, ancient Egyptian, the Uraeus, which is an ancient Egyptian serpent, it's on the crown, it's on hieroglyphics, it's all over the place out there. Or Kundalini, ancient India, we know that, we already know what that is, represents the medical caduceus. Okay, two serpents spiraling 7 times up a pole until they reach the top, at which point they have wings and take flight. Okay, which is your inner heaven, unconditional love and bliss. That's gamma radiation in your brain. That's gamma wave. That's enlightenment. That's internal light. Okay, so that's what enlightenment is. En also means I en often, and so that's enlightenment. So you're filled with light. That crown chakra, all right, that crown chakra is a connection, your connection to the source. Okay, people, religious motherfuckers and stuff, like to say things along the lines of, oh, you're disconnected from God. We're all disconnected from God. We're down here on this hell or shit. Like, you get what I'm saying. They basically say you disconnected from God or some shit along those lines. Basically saying because you down here on this earth, you're not connected to God. And now I've heard that from people who not religious before, but if you don't got no connection to God, how you spiritual? What you talking about? Do you know what the source is? And so this is the thing about some of these spiritual people as well. A spiritual person don't gotta agree with another spiritual person because they don't have the same belief, they don't practice the same thing. And so I debate with all types of motherfuckers. Okay? But right here you got the Tetragrammaton, which is how Hebrews say they get the name of their God. Once again, you got You got the Mars, you got the Venus, you got Saturn right there. The legs, we know Saturn rules the legs. And you got the sun, you got the moon, you got what's this? This look like Ashura. It also looks like Mercury, aka Thoth, which looks like Lucifer, and it got the serpents coming out of the vagina. You have a motherfucking Omega symbol right here. We know the Omega symbol represents a womb. It represents feminine energy. It represents the energy of the universe. It vibrates when you chant Om. It vibrates at 432 hertz, which is the vibration of the motherfucking universe. And so when you are chanting this sound, you are sending cosmological or cosmic electrical currents throughout your body. It also heals your body. Okay, so this is what people chant. People don't understand this the power of your voice. And you got these religious or indoctrinated people who like to say, oh, you're meditating with your fingers like that, saying you're opening yourself up for spirits. And these people don't understand how spirits or the spirit realm work. And this is why you are spiritually limited, because you are afraid to tap into or channel the divine. Let's get it. You got Shiva dancing in the star. You got the star right here as well in the back of the dollar. I don't know if I want to call it the Solomon star, David star, star of Ramfinder, Chiun. I'm gonna just say Chiun. Right there, you got the Omega symbol right there. This is also called the umbilical cord cutter, because look at, let me show y'all, because niggas think I'm playing. Right here, because Nersag is also Hathor, which is Venus. There go the star, there go the bull, there go the star, there go the crescent, there goes the star. Look, in iconography, she is represented by a sign resembling the Greek symbol Omega, often accompanied by a knife. This is thought to represent the uterus and the blade used to cut the umbilical cord, thus symbolizing Nersag's role as a mother goddess. What does the cow represent? A mother. They have calves, not saying that necessarily matter, but the galaxy is said to be where the gods dwell. A cluster of stars, oftentimes the stars are considered gods. And so, Mut, Mu, Mom, Mother, M-O, it's the M-O, the Mu, the cow says Mu, okay? They say the galaxy looks like milk. That's what they say. That's what the ancients say. And they call the disc, they call that fiery waters, okay? And they say it makes like a sound. And so this is why Hathor is also considered a goddess of music, and she gave birth to a god of music named Ihy, which is I-H-Y. And some say you can't pronounce his name unless you're singing. Yes, nigga, you can. It's Ihy. Now let's go. Right there it says the sigil of Lucifer was originally drawn to represent Lucifer. Okay? Today it represents both Lucifer and Satan. Okay? Okay. So again, Lucifer or Baphomet was not given a negative connotation until 1309 when the Knights of Templar got their hands on it. And I'm going to keep saying it. Okay? Today it represents both Lucifer and Satan. When the symbol is colored blue or violet, it represents Lucifer. When it is colored red or orange, it represents Satan. Okay? And then you got the Allah, the five-pointed star again. Arm, head, leg, arm. Or arm, leg, arm, head. It's Allah, arm, leg, arm, head. God's body, or God body, you are Allah manifested in the flesh, and not quote. Let's go. Let's go. Like, I'm giving y'all the science of the gods. I'm breaking down the existence. I'm exposing deities. This is the what's it called? The path that Venus takes in the sky over time. It creates a star encircled or encaptured in the circle. Okay? So yeah, like, it's right there in your face. What's hard to look this up? This is Luciferian right here. Look at this. This is a female. Look at the deity coming out of the vagina. Look at this. Now you got the male star right there. Up, then you got a chalice. Okay? Tetragrammaton. It say used to measure electrical resistance, and this is referring to the ohm sound. In physics, the symbol represents ohm, a unit used to measure electrical resistance. In cosmology, it is used to refer to the density of the universe. So just like Amma, Amma, Mama, the universe, the mother goddess. Let me see. Mother goddess. I'm from the beach with Belly. Really ain't shit you can tell me. My bitch, her name is Keisha. Her name is Kiana. In the swallow. Hold up. There she is. There you are, beautiful. Look at her. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Look at her. Pregnant mama. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. And look at her. And you may hear some goofy say, oh, Africans like to show their body. Or why is she showing her body? This is not even a human. This is a universe. She's not a human. And so our dark matter, our melanin is synonymous to the dark matter that the universe is composed of. It's the same thing. It's a different form. Our melanin is another form of dark matter. It's a dense form because we're down here in the 3D. The universe outside this realm is not 3D. Okay? It's more so 4D. It's less dense than this realm on this planet. So imagine like this. Imagine like you bring yourself or an object onto this planet. It becomes more dense than it was before it entered this planet. Type shit. And so, yeah. Just like when you going up in the sky, even if you don't leave this planet, it's getting less dense. Just like when you go underwater, it gets more dense though. It gets more dense. Okay? So where we at? Where we at? Right there. Let me get this up. Cause if you a Hebrew Israelite and you watching, I gotta get on YouTube. I have to. This look weird. Look at that. Let me close that a bit. Hua, the beast. Huaos, the beast of the age of Taurus. And remember, Taurus Venus rules Libra, or let me look at this. I don't want to be saying it backwards. I don't want to be saying it backwards. Okay, Venus rules the sign Taurus. Okay. Venus rules the sign of Taurus, which represents the dark side, and Venus also rules Libra, which I'm not gonna necessarily say the light side and not cool, but that's how they say it. Now, Taurus, okay, also represents, okay, the bull of heaven that Gilgamesh fought. Okay, the bull of heaven, okay, the constellation. Hold up, right here, and you got Ninhursag again with the Star of David on the staff, or the Chion star. And then when you get right here, you got the. Remember I said, pay attention to the circle, right? The circle with the ray coming out, right? The circle with the rays coming out. That we're seeing also in this video right here. The symbol of the alien skies. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. You see it? Boom. It's everywhere. Boom. Even on the Celtic cross. Even on this cross on top of this church. Okay? Even right here. Okay? You getting it right there. The rays shining down. Except this is the sun and not just, this is just the sun and not just, the sun, Saturn, Venus, Mars, and the moon. But yeah, it's still letting down its sun. It's rays of light. Okay? And you see the crosses, the stars, and etc. The rays of light coming off the sun. So, we come down here, right? Already, didn't I show this already? Jesus didn't die on a cross. Okay? Jesus didn't die on a cross, even though he don't exist. Jesus didn't die on a cross. Okay? Because y'all can't show me his tombstone or none of that. Jesus didn't die on no cross. And so here's the Star of David again, or Chiun, which is a light particle. And this is the light particle under a microscope. I have to keep showing this shit. Okay? I have to keep showing it. This is under it's even right there. It's right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. It's right there. It's under a microscope. This is under a microscope. Okay? This is the real life pixel. Okay, this is a pixel. And so right here, I gotta show this because I gotta say a little something. It say Hathor was not. We gotta talk about Nibiru real quick. Okay, it say Hathor was not only responsible for the yearly inundation of the Nile, she was named also Great Flood for the universal Big Flood. Okay, the Eye of Ra on his disc. In special moments of humanity, Hathor was so angry that the people were disobedient to God that she became Sekhmet, warrior goddess of Upper Egypt, to destroy the people, sending fire and big floods on earth. We must not forget that the name Hathor is the Greek corruption of the Egyptian variant Het-Heret, or Het-Heret, the house of or the house of Horus, Het-Heret. Hathor is also known as the Lady of Limit, or Lady to the Limit, limit meaning the edge of the known universe. Planet Venus equals Hathor equals Nibiru. Now, I'm not necessarily saying Nibiru is Nibiru is Venus, but Venus and Nibiru are both called wandering planets. And you know, the stories line up too much when it comes to Venus and Nibiru, and plus, here's my problem with that. Nibiru is known to have multiple moons. Venus doesn't have one moon. So if it's Venus, right? If it's Venus, which I pretty much doubt, because the word Nibiru was not just given to one planet. Once again, it was given to Mercury, it was given to Venus, it was given to Jupiter, it was given to different stars, it was given to different things that were in the sky. So what exactly is Nibiru? It was given to it's probably a different star, okay, that they rule over. So it's saying right here, in ancient Egypt, Neb-Heru, okay, Neb-Heru, house of Horus, Venus was known to have had different places in the solar system in the past before stabilizing. And they say Nibiru is a planet that's gonna have like a red corona with wings and a tail. Venus is known as the red dragon or the fiery dragon. And it says, look right here, okay, in all ancient times, Egyptian texts refer to the ancient times to speak of the eye associated with the word planets. Okay, let me move this up a little bit. All of this occurred after the death of Osiris, father of Horus, fragmented into pieces. In all ancient Egyptian texts referring to ancient times, we speak of the eye as associated with the word planet. Hathor, okay, was the wanderer planet, okay, who created the panic and major damage to humans at certain times in agreement with God due to the impiety of men. Okay, Venus was then considered a new bright sun, which seemed to go back and forth to Earth throughout times. So the so-called Nibiru is not another planet, it is Venus in the past, according to ancient Egyptians. And so when I was reading, right, I started coming to my own conclusion, because Nibiru is known to come, is supposed to be said to, even though Nibiru is already here, it's been here. I've been showed y'all this months ago. But Nibiru, there's such thing as invisible stars, and there's also a black hole, right, 1,000 light years away from our planet. Sirius is more than 1,000 light years away from our planet, and we can see Sirius. Okay, it's like the brightest star in the sky. And so we can see this black hole called telescopium. So, and it got like 2 stars surrounding it. So is this what I was trying to, what conclusion I was coming to was Nibiru was actually a black hole. And I wasn't the only one who thought this. There are scientists who think this as well. But again, I'm not saying it's a black hole, okay? Because again, Nibiru was not, the name Nibiru was not just given to one thing. But with this black hole, it's like you can't see Nibiru unless you on that frequency, okay? And the Dogon are known to have spotted an invisible star over 100 years before NASA found it, over near Sirius. How did they see that? They don't have a telescope, okay? They don't have a telescope. They were able to spot and find an invisible star. Yes, invisible stars exist. Invisible planets exist. Hold up. see. Nah, I don't like this one. It's not showing the pics up. Let me see. With the names on it. Invisible star. Bro, why is it not popping up? Invisible star. Oh, y'all want to play with me because I'm recording? Let me see. Let me just type in telescopian. Telescopian. Because, okay. It pop up on mobile. I tell you. There they are. There they are. But this ain't the only invisible star, though. Let's go to some pics. Telescopian. I mean, you can't necessarily see it. That's the thing. And so you may see like some warped stars around it or something. Look at though. So let me see. One more search before we go back. Y'all literally be watching me kind of do research right there in front of y'all in the video, but let's get it. Let's get it. These long ass videos ain't meant to be watched in one sitting, so I don't give a fuck how many motherfuckers watch it. This motherfucker supposed to be long. Look at this. I don't want to make this video in parts though. So look, this is the black hole. A black hole, right, is not necessarily a hole, and the black hole it's like tied into these planets and these theologies and etc. Because remember, black holes can birth stars and planets. Okay, when they absorb gas, all they need is that dust and gas. They absorb it and they can create, right? So right here, I want to help y'all understand the anatomy, okay, of a galaxy. Is right here. You got the thick disk, and then there's arms on the galaxy that we are inside of. If you don't know, hold up, arms of Milky Way, right? That spiral, and there's planets inside planets, star systems in each arm. And so we're in the Orion arm. Alright. Let me go over here. Back right here, you have the orbit or the event horizon, which when you get towards it, you start moving in slow motion and it starts sucking you up and absorbing all light, and light can't escape, you know, and then like you get torn apart, stretched, and ate up. Right here it says this disk, then disk, younger stars. Right there, you got the globular cluster right here, globular clusters. You got the bulge right there. Okay, older stars up in here, the gods in that quote. You got halo, oldest stars, aged 10 billion years. 10 billion years. 10 billion. So we got to get on Amon because we know he is associated with that black hole. He also associated with Jupiter. So we got to get on him. We have to. Listen, no disrespect. Amen, Amun, Amon, Amon, Min, Menu, Marduk, okay, Zeus, all the same deity. Alright, you see his little horns. You see his Uraeus crown. Let's get it. We all know Zeus. We know Zeus got horns. We know Zeus, look it. We know, look. We know Zeus, Amon, got horns. My God, look at this. What you talking about? What you talking about? Look at this devil. Look at this demon. Look at his satanic mother. This is Enlil. Y'all know that? This is Jesus. I ain't even gonna hurt. Let's go. Right here it says, because I don't wanna harp on this either. Dogon as a remnant of ancient Egyptian. Okay, there are many persistent similarities between Dogon and Egyptian religion symbols, okay, and lifestyle. Scranton writes, similarities that he suggests are a result of modern Dogon culture being a remnant of ancient Egyptian culture. Okay, although the ancient Egyptians also had alternative names for their gods, such as Amun, the hidden one, who was also called at various times Amun and Amin. Amun is what they call him in Ethiopia, as well as Amin Ra. Amun is phonetically very similar to Amma. Okay, Amma. Why? Let me show you. Amara, Amin-Ra is synonymous to Amma and Ra, and we know Ra the inside would technically be the inside of the universe, and Amma would be the outside because she's the universe with everything inside of it. So where's my thing? Here it is. So right here, you got gamma ray. Okay, what do you notice about the word gamma ray? Okay, let me move it up. What do you notice about the word gamma ray right here? Huh? What? Amara. So I'm gonna get into gamma rays in a minute. So is the Egyptian where am I? These lines got me fucked up. Okay, so is the Egyptian Nemu, the headsman of Osiris, phonetically similar to Numo, and as well as the Sumerian deity Namu, goddess of the fertile waters. Now, we gotta get into Menu in a second. The Menu is phonetically similar to Nomo. Okay. To Nomo, but more important are the hieroglyphs that represent Menu. The symbol for water, the sun, a clay pot, and a spiral. They are also hold up, I hear something. Alright. They are also key symbols in the Dogon creation story. Egyptian mythology also tells of a god named Khnemu, who was 4 divine beings. Okay, who is these 4 divine beings? 4 divine beings. Let's see. Give me a second, because I got this shit. Hold up. Let me... Okay, these 4 deities are Ra. Okay, the 4 deities they're talking about right here, 4 divine beings who wore red crowns, are Ra, Shu, Geb, and Osiris. Ra, Shu, Geb, and Osiris. Okay, and were to be found in the 11th section of Duat, Underworld. Okay, another variant of the same name was Khnemu, the ram-headed god of creation and fertility, the one who said to make humans on a clay pot and give them a spirit. Okay, Khnemu was literally means molder, formed the great cosmic egg on a potter wheel that contained the sun. Okay, Khnemu hieroglyphics was simply a clay pot, and his cult center was a town of the same name that the Greeks called Hermopolis. The ancient Egyptians called it the City of 8 and the Island of Flames, which was the birthplace of the sun god. Just as the Dogon revered the number 8 in the twin or pairs, so did the ancient Egyptians. And what are they talking about? The galaxies that were birthed when the universe came. The Dogon call them Nomos, okay? The Egyptian call them the Ogdoad. The Ogdoad. They got a. You see how I be tweaking, bro. But yeah, hold up, where it go? Right there, you got these serpent, frog-like deities, like tadpoles, right? Just like tadpoles. Now moving down here, okay. Hold up, I don't want to go too far ahead of myself. During Egypt's Middle Kingdom, the number 8 was portrayed in the Ogdoad, okay, where 8 entities compose a variation of Egyptian creation mythology. Although these beings were worshipped primarily in Heliopolis, aspects of the creation were combined with existing myths, okay? As are the Dogon Numo, each entity of the Ogdoad was a member of masculine/feminine pairs. So some of them was hermaphroditic, okay? Like Set, because remember when he came out, he was incomplete. He is said to be hermaphroditic. but not in this, maybe not in the same way as like Inky and the other Anunnaki, because they're also said to be hermaphroditic. But right here, you're gonna move down here. Noon and on that. Oh yeah, we ain't gotta get right there. Okay, so men and Amun they technically tie back to this deity right here, which is Pan. Okay, which is where you get Peter Pan, the pedophile. Pan means all. Pansexual means, I ain't gonna say this is for everybody, but pansexual, when it's referring to him, he would be he's sexually attracted to animals, humans, and objects. So he like men, women, and females. I mean, men, women, and animals. I've been showing y'all him having sex with a goat. And so right here you have him in Insidious. This animal is called a satyr. That's S-A-T-Y-R, like Satan. Look at him. This is where you get the image from. Look at it. Look at the horns. And so it say right here, the god Amun punished men for the abuse of his power by cutting off one leg and one arm. Okay, henceforth, men was recognized as the one arm, one leg god with the large erect penis. The role and deity of men were as god of male sexuality and sexual procreativity. Okay, it say Pan's power, like the other powers of Olympus. Pan possessed enormous strength. He could also run for long periods of time and was impervious to injury. He could transform objects into different forms and was able to teleport himself, okay, from Earth to Mount Olympus and back. And so you see right here it say men, okay, why he was getting cut up is because he was I don't remember what the place is called, but this is in Egypt. He was in this place, right, where there was a bunch of men who would go to war and they would leave their wives. And so when they would go to war, he would be there protecting the wives and he would have sex with them. When they would come back, all the wives would be pregnant, and so they cut his arm off. They left again another year for war, and they came back and found their wives pregnant again by Amen, and they cut his leg off. They left again for war another year, came back and saw he impregnated them again. They were going to cut off his phallus, but instead when they pulled off his garments and they saw his phallus was big, and so they started worshiping him as a god. And now right here, I showed this already. I don't got to harp on this right here. This is letting you know that Zeus is a demon and how he ties into Jesus, Zeus, and how Zeus and Isus and Jehovah and Jove all tie into this is right there in your face. I don't even need to harp on this too long. Right here you have him again. You see him with the goat. You see him right here with the hieroglyphics. It say hieroglyphic representation of Jupiter or Pan. So that's Zeus, that's Satan, that's Jesus, or the sun. Right there is right there. Is right there. Oops, I just zoomed out. And so right here you got Amen and you got men right here. And so you see that he has a phallic symbol right here, right? You see it says he like lettuce and his symbol is a phallus. Lettuce is an aphrodisiac. And so you see he erect right here, right? So when you come down here, you see these Fermi bubbles. Remember he represent Amen. This is another form of Amen, okay? And he dates his consort is Hathor, okay? And Hathor is also associated with the galaxy. So when you put them together, you get the black hole and the dust light around it. That will represent them both. And so right here you see these are Fermi bubbles, which is gamma ray, Amara. Okay, this is technically sex. You see it looks like a phallus, right? And so these bubbles are called Fermi bubbles. They're made out of gamma radiation. And from my own research, I found that these can represent or mean birth of stars. Okay, birth of stars. So that's cosmological sex right there. And so right here it say men is a male and can be understood as the process of electrostatic discharge, which supports an electromagnetic nebula. Listen, Wilhelm Reich studied biological sexual energy or life energy, like an electric charge over the surface of the body, energy that changes organic matter. Okay, it was studied and is known that sexual energy is highest in teenagers. Okay, because they're raging with testosterone and they're still growing. Okay, where related activity can lead to static and interference with electric, okay, and electronic equipment. Why? It's the same as when your kundalini is waking up, which is where your sexual energy is. Okay, when your kundalini is waking up, your body becomes more electrical, and your body might start messing with electronics or lights in the house or electricity. It's happened to me before. When your vibration going up, that shit started to happen. It started to be like that movie Carrie. Okay, if you never seen Carrie, she had like uncontrollable telekinesis, where she would just, sometimes if she get mad, things around her would mess up, things around her would be destroyed, etc. Okay, and it is instead a symbol of the process of electrostatic discharge, like nut, N-U-T, newt, the sky, ejaculation. A symbol of the process of electrostatic discharge that pervades the cosmos. The phallus, okay, is also used. Listen, the phallus is also used to become a symbol of creation. An electrostatic discharge is a mechanism for creation in the electric universe. Men often has hieroglyphs showing that he supports the nebula. At the center of a nebula is the star, which focuses, or with focused electrostatic discharge phenomena occurring. Men is shown below at Luxor Temple discharging from the pot, meaning a charged store representing the electrostatic discharge phenomena, like these Fermi bubbles. Like these Fermi bubbles right here. Okay? Like these Fermi bubbles. I don't need to sit here and harp. This is the creation of stars right here. See this? A team of astronomers led by Rongman Bordoloi of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology has used distant quasars to trace the structure and motion of the northern Fermi bubble, which rises 23,000 light years above the plane of the Milky Way, okay, and contains enough cool gas to create 2 million sun-sized stars. By observing the ultraviolet light, okay, from 46 quasars. I don't even need to sit here and harp. I figured this shit out on my own. And so when we're talking about Nibiru, okay, this right here happens on December 21st. Often, this is called the winter solstice / equinox. When we see the elliptical of the galaxy, the galactic center aligned with the sun and the earth, etc. And so the word Nibiru also means crossing, okay? So this right here is the crossing point of the cosmos. Okay, we don't need to harp on this. You can't, let me try to, this shit look weird. They trying to say all these symbols are satanic. Falsity. Falsity. Well, this one, I mean, technically, they kind of are, but at the same time, this says evil eye. You can't say the eye of Horus is an evil eye, when the eye of Horus represents protection and strength and power. Okay, but yeah, and then even the galaxy is like ringed. It's like ringed with the black hole on the inside. But right here, okay, let me get to the word crossing. This right here is the road to the underworld. To the Mayans, is called Xibalba. Xibalba. Okay, this is Sagittarius A, the black hole in the center of the galaxy, or a depiction of it, of a quasar. The black hole is a dead quasar. Okay, right here you got the Milky Way, Xibalba right there. This is the elliptic. Okay, and Nibiru is associated with an elliptic. So right here it says thesis from the center of Mayan time. Okay, the long count in date on December 21st. Okay, 2012. Take heed, because this year, December 21st, there is going to be an event. Okay, there is going to be an astrological event. Okay, highlights an astrological alignment. Okay, determined by precession or precession, because it actually on that day it was said that Nibiru. I showed y'all the blue coronagraph video before of Nibiru or whatever it was going around the sun around 2012 December 21st. Like, I didn't show this already, but the alignment occurs when the winter solstice sun conjuncts the crossing point of Milky Way, an ecliptic in Sagittarius. Okay, this crossing point is where the dark rift in the Milky Way is, which was known to the ancient Mayans as Xibalba. Okay, be the road to the underworld, or simply the Black Road. Lindesel identifies the nearby crossing point of the galaxy way and elliptic as the Mayan sacred tree, and the modern Quiche or Quiche call that spot the crossroads. The crossroads. Okay, the crossroads. The crossroads, like a cross. Okay, like a cross. And so when we get more into this black hole, like, right, and it starts to sound like it's connected to Cronus, right? and let me just read it. While according to Greek mythology, the ram Hades, okay, is the place of the dead. Tartarus, okay, also has a number of inhabitants. When Cronus came to power as the king of the Titans, okay, he imprisoned the one-eyed Cyclopses and the 100-armed Hecatochires, which are 100-armed men, in Tartarus, and set the monster camp as its guard. Okay, Zeus killed Campe and released these imprisoned giants to aid in his conflict with the Titans. The gods of Olympus eventually triumphed. Yeah, Cronus and many of the other Titans were banished to Tartarus through Prometheus and Epimetheus and the female Titan. Blah blah blah. We can come down here. Cronus somehow learned Zeus' forgiveness and somehow later earned Zeus' forgiveness. Yeah, Cronus earned Zeus' forgiveness. They're both demonic. I don't give a fuck. Tartarus became the ruler of Elysium. Now, Tartarus is also said to be a being and a place. So we're referring to that black hole at the center of the galaxy. Okay? Other gods could be sentenced to Tartarus as well. Apollo is a prime example. Although Zeus freed him, the Hecatochires became guards of Tartarus prisoners. Later when Zeus overcame the monster Typhon, aka Set, he threw him into the wide Tartarus. Okay? In Greek mythology, Tartarus is both a deity and a place in the underworld. Okay? In ancient Orphic sources and in mystery schools, Tartarus is also the unbounced first existing entity from which the light and the cosmos were born. Okay? And the father by Gaia of the monster Typhon. It say Tartarus was the third of the primordial deities following after chaos, okay, and Gaia, which is Earth, and preceding Eros, and was the father, okay, and Tartarus was the father. Tartarus was third of the primordial deities following after chaos and Gaia, and preceding Eros, and was the father by Gaia of the monster Typhon. According to Hyginus, Tartarus was the offspring of Aether and Gaia. Okay? And so right here, this is, I'm letting y'all know the black hole is not necessarily a hole. Black hole is not really a hole at all. Black hole is an object. Okay, just like any other aspect or any other. Let me slow down. I'm over here bugging. Except that is extremely dense. This gives it such a high gravitational field that nothing, not even light, can escape. Okay, the term hole was used because whatever falls into a black hole is trapped. Just like if you fall into Venus, you're trapped. Technically, you're not going to be able to come out. I mean, not Venus, but Jupiter, because that's a gas planet. So that's the gas planet. You fall through Jupiter, get stuck in Jupiter. Eventually, you die. You're gonna be falling for a long ass time. But right here it says the arrow of time. Now the arrow of time is the scientists trying to use because the black hole is similar to like the Big Bang Theory, where how I be telling y'all to think of a time where, let me show y'all. Think of a time before the universe started, and think of like this is a viewpoint, and you think of a way that the universe could have been birthed. The planets could have been all pink, they could have been shaped like triangles, or it could have been all stars and no planets, etc. So and so if you don't understand that, I'm gonna have to refer you to this video right here, because I'm not about to sit here and explain this shit. It's right there. It's right there. 10 dimensions explained on YouTube. Okay? And they're gonna explain to you viewpoints. Now, at first it may seem confusing, but I'm letting you know this is mental time travel. Okay? And so what they trying to do here is they trying to examine the black hole, but they can't get near it. And so this is where the arrow of time ties in. A symmetry of time, the thermodynamic arrow of time, is provided by the second law of thermodynamics, which says that in an isolated system, entropy tends to increase, which means disorder increases over time. Also, is an open system, entropy can decrease with time. Okay, it's right there. It's right there. It's right there. Okay, it's right there. So let's get back to what we was doing. And even right here, because Marduk, this Marduk is Amun, Okay, Marduk is Amun, Amen, Zeus, all of them. He is not a righteous guy. He's the one who was said to shot an arrow through Tiamat. Okay, which is how the earth got split from the skies. Okay, he shot the arrow, so he represents the constellation Sagittarius. Okay, there is a hole in Sagittarius. It's associated with the part of the sky that has been split in that quote. So, if you ask me, the earth may have been up there at the center of the galaxy, closer to the center of the galaxy. It says, look, in Greek mythology, Shattering was held to be the superlative centaur. Okay, centaur, Tor, against his brethren, since he was called the wisest and justest of all the centaurs. Okay, Shattering. In Greek mythology, one of the centaurs, the son of the Titan Cronus, and Philyra, Oceanic, or sea nymph. And so you see right here, it's the same as the constellation. Okay, that's Marduk, or Gilgamesh fighting the bull of heaven, or Marduk versus Tiamat. You got it right here as well. Okay, it's right there. It's right there. We see this every day. We live right under it. And so right here, this is my favorite quote as thus far, because I've been saying the same shit. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in 1 decade than all the previous centuries of its existence. Nikola Tesla. Now let's get back to this fucking video.
As the Earth rotated on its axis, the crescent marked out a cycle of day and night. Crescent below in the phase of greatest brightness, crescent above in the phase of dimming. Though our sun was present, casting its light on the configuration, it was not itself in the visual theater of the gods. I called this the polar configuration because the Earth itself rotated in alignment with the forms in the sky, placing these forms at a celestial pole around which the heavens visually turned. The configuration evolved through numerous phases. The number of streamers changed repeatedly, as did their observed form. Every change in relative position produced dramatic changes in the appearance of the configuration. In 1996, the Canadian filmmaker Ben Gadlow spent many months in Portland producing a 90-minute documentary on the reconstruction. At that time, many dynamic issues were largely unresolved. But later that year, the Australian physicist Wallace Thornhill flew to Portland for a 30-day visit. He convinced me that the forms I'd reconstructed were electrical. They were plasma discharge streamers stretching between planets. He explained that in a radial electric discharge, both the number of streamers and their concrete form will change with the intensity of the discharge. The whirling forms I'd reconstructed in the common symmetry, which I'd often laughed about, did indeed have a physical explanation. At the time of his visit, Wal Thornhill had devoted more than 25 years to exploring what he called the electric universe. His work follows in the traditions of the electrical and plasma science pioneers, who showed that electricity plays a major role in space, that galaxies, stars, and planets are formed electrically, that comets with their bright tails move through an electric field of the sun. His electrical interpretation extended to the origin of bizarre landscapes on planets and moons, now explained by the well-tested principles of electrical arcing. In an electric solar system, if two planets or moons approach each other from regions of different potential, electric discharge will occur, producing plasma formations stretching between
Pay attention.
the approaching bodies.
Plasma is electric.
Plasma laboratory experiments can tell us what the formations might look like. The backbone is typically a column of twisted filaments, but disks and embedded cylinders also arise to evolve in spectacular ways.
Looks like what's his name? Poseidon's trident, don't it? And then when you also look at this right, looks like one of them serpent. I forgot what the animal or creature is called. I think it's called I think it started with an S, and it got PH in it, like Sephirim or some shit like that. One of them snake deities with the snake body, like Medusa, but with a snake body. This is also where you get the Kepera and those Dogon little people pictures.
The counterpart to such formations can be seen in ancient depictions of the cosmic thunderbolt.
Zeus's thunderbolt.
But what an outrageous idea that exotic formations could arise between planets in close approach. What then was the relationship of the cosmic thunderbolt to the magical swords, arrows, clubs, and spears of the great warrior gods? With a stunning accord, ancient languages identify these weapons as special forms of the cosmic thunderbolt. Scholars have already identified the sword and arrows of Apollo, the spear of Zeus, the trident of Poseidon, as aspects of the divine thunderbolt. The same linkage occurs with the Greek Ares, the Latin Mars, whose sword was his identity. First came the thunderbolt, the core archetype. Then came its mythic interpretation as a weapon of the warrior god. Placed in the hands of the gods, the cosmic thunderbolt provides a bridge for us, joining the mythic world to the leading edge of plasma science.
Look. Make sure I got all these.
The foundation post bore the image of the bull
This wasn't supposed to start, but here we go.
at its apex. When it reached the earth, the stream presented the form of a great pillar or cosmic mountain.
Now you see the circle. They're gonna put the rays on here again. You got the moon right there, and you got it shining down. That's just that's period. Oh, great mountain in Leo, whose head rivals the heaven, rivals the heaven in Leo, whose head rivals the heavens, whose foundation is laid in the pure abyss, whose foundation is laid in the pure abyss. whose horns gleam. Got niggas who not from Babylon and are from Babylon or Mesopotamia who say Enlil is actually a righteous God and never show proof. And so I got into a debate a couple months ago with a Akkadianologist or whatever he called himself. I guess he studied Akkadia, and you know I had to flush his ass real quick, cause you know nigga tried to sit there and tell me Enlil was not an evil deity. If you study Akkadia and you know who Enlil is, how do you not know the whole time in the books that he's in, he is opposing Enki and killing humans and dropping nuclear weapons on the planet? What is you talking about? Let's go. You wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here if Enki let this motherfucker take control. Okay?
Perhaps it is too much to believe that the famous bull of heaven was just a pillar and shining horns. To these events, information from space
I'm skipping to the Smurf hat.
would create distinctive differences in the appearance of the configuration. The great kings of ancient times wore conical crowns in numerous and always...
You see how Venus casting his light on Mars? You see that? Same shit. Saturn, the moon, and the earth.
enigmatic varieties. For these revered forms, the experts can find no reference in nature today.
Now we don't need this video no more. Let's go. Same channel.
If we take the testimony of the ancients as a literal description of actual events, the events would have looked like this. The earth moved in a congregation of planets appearing as immense forms in the sky. Saturn was seen as a huge, stationary body at the celestial pole. Venus appeared squarely in the center of Saturn, and Mars appeared inside of Venus. Jupiter was there also, but hidden by Saturn. The entire system moved through a diffuse cloud of gas, illuminated by our sun. On Earth, this meant that there was no clear distinction of day and night. At an early juncture, gaseous material or dust stretched from Venus towards Saturn. In periods of stability, these radiating streams appeared as a three-pointed and a four-pointed star-like pattern. Over time, the surrounding cloud dissipated. A more clearly defined cycle of day and night began. A bright crescent appeared on Saturn, created by light from our sun. As the Earth rotated on its axis, the crescent visually turned around the polar center. The smaller planet Mars was progressively destabilized and appeared to descend from its central position as it moved closer to the Earth. It returned to the central position, then descended still further, growing larger with each descent. When it visually dropped below Venus, a stream of material was seen stretching between Mars and Venus. As it continued to descend, gas and dust began to extend towards Earth. Lateral displacements of both Venus and Mars occurred.
You heard what he said? When Mars descended, dust and gas started to surround the Earth.
Gas, ice, and debris spiraled between the two planets. Eventually, the spiraling material
I know y'all just saw that Eye of Horus.
gathered into a band encircling Venus. As the planetary system moved through space, the appearance of the band changed dramatically. The vertical movements of Mars continued. Atmosphere and other material stretching toward the Earth with each descent. Eventually, this material reached the Earth with disastrous effects.
I'm not about to sit here and harp. After that, they go back together and then they depart from each other and go back to their original orbit. Okay? And so I have to destroy the illusion of time right now. So I ain't finished this little clock, right? But you look at this, right? Just use your own imagination, right? You got the 12 hours, you got the 12 months, 12 constellations, 12 ETC. Okay, you got the 12. 12 is like it symbolizes a repeat due to the way the illusion has been put on the planet with the months and time in ETC and the 12 in ETC. So, you know, when you look at the clock, right, it looks like an eyeball, don't it? Then, you know, you got the hands on there, alright? It makes the ticking sound, alright? You watching the hands go around. You gotta learn to take your attention off time, right? See, when you living in the past, okay? That you just bringing up memories. The past is just a memory. When you thinking about the future, you're imagining scenarios, okay? Things that don't exist. And this is causing you stress, distress, depression, anxiety, discomfort, mental discomfort, whatever you want to call it. You have to learn to live in the moment. The thing about living in the moment is not bound by time and it's eternal. When you thinking about the past, that's you're holding on. Alright, you putting yourself under the illusion of time. Okay, time don't exist unless you give it attention. What is attention? That's your spiritual currency. The things you give attention to is consuming your energy. You're giving it your energy. That's your non-physical currency. When you got money, oftentimes people put their energy behind it, and when they run out of money, they feel low on energy. Okay? So right here, when you raise your vibration, your perception of time increases. Okay? Increase in higher vibration, frequencies, speeds up experience of time. It's showing you right here, and even with dimensions. Because when you hear people say, and I quote, the dream world is about to merge with the physical world, we're going into fifth density. We're going into the 5D. So things aren't going to be, like I keep saying, inside our light not going to be in those light particles. It's going to come out. And so life may look regular to you, even though we're not going to be 3D beings. I mean, life might not look different to you, to everybody. It might look normal because we all in the next life, my nigga, the new world. Okay, the next dimension, which is coming very soon. And so you see, this time thing, these clocks, when you staring into them, it's like you staring into an eyeball. You see these grandfather clocks, right? You see these grandfather clocks with these pendulums. It's just like when hypnotists, you know, got the little pocket watch, or they got the Newton bars right here, but you know, they got the pendulum, the pocket watch, and they swinging it, and they got you watching it, and you fall under their hypnosis. All you need to hypnotize a person, okay, you need their attention, okay, them to listen to your voice, okay, and to get them into deeper brain waves, deeper states of mind, okay. And so when you come back up here, even the clock with this pendulum, it looks like Saturn with the ray coming down, and you know, the planet at the bottom. You know, you got the hands would be like the rays, okay. Then right here, you know, you got Father Time, okay, on his slate with his sickle, because he's going to slay you, okay, with his crescent-shaped sickle sight. Okay, you see him on his sleigh, and even with the tree, you got the star on the top and the rays coming out. It's that simple. Looking at shit, don't just look at it for what you think it is. Look at it for what is symbolized and what it really is and what it's synonymous to. Because a lot of these things, we look at a lot of stuff, like the cubes, for example. Those represent the goddamn hexagons on the planet Saturn, the eyes of Saturn. And so, just like how I just said something about those the little plasma sword thing look like a serpent lady. When you look at things, when you look at clouds, when you look at stars, sometimes you're going to get signs from the divine. The scientists call this pareidolia. Okay, they got a word for everything. Pareidolia is when you look at stuff and you think you see a face. Like when you look at a socket, you think you see a face. You in the dark and you just looking at the wall or something, you think you see a face. You look in the clouds, you think you see a face. No. Sometimes those are actual entities, okay? And so when you look at time, right, and you're giving it your attention, you are falling under what is called an optic illusion, something that deceives the eye by appearing to be other, okay, than what is, okay, than what is. So you got this little hypnotizing little symbolism right here, these patterns and stuff, that also be showing on Adult Swim, and when you go to sleep, it's also programming your subconscious with demonic shit. Because if you actually look at the videos or the commercials, they be playing that like in the middle of the night. They'll play them airtime commercials or the little break commercials where they showing all type of random symbology, all type of colors and shit that'll make a little child have a seizure, all type of shit. Okay? You're falling under the illusion of time. You're falling under Maya. Okay, so this is where you you got chronology, alright, the arrangement of events, okay, or dates in the order of their occurrence. So this means numerical order, chronology, synchronicity, okay, chronos, okay, it all ties in to Father Time, alright, all ties in with Father Time. What is this? Oh yeah, I'm saving this stuff for another video. Y'all can look at that. I was just sending this last night to somebody in a debate. But yeah, listen. Back to this. You falling under the illusion of time. When you let go of this illusion, time starts to move faster. So, example, for me, 24 hours feel like a few hours now. We all know time is speeding up, but when you actually get out of the illusion of time, you transcend this dimensional or this density of consciousness. Okay, so time, people think time is linear, is not necessarily linear, but think about it like this: time is not necessarily real, but at the same time it is. But at the same time, it's not. It's not even physical. It's technically fluid. Now, when you think about time, okay, think about the holidays. These are just areas in space, in time, in space, in time, in space, that they celebrate different these holidays at these same times. Now, if these times wasn't there, it'd just be we just looking at, we calculating fluid, we calculating rotation. So without the numbers, without the time, there are these spots that they celebrate these holidays. These are like energy pockets, okay, within the space-time continuum that they choose to celebrate certain holidays. Are you following? These are like energy pockets, okay? Holidays are like energy pockets. Holidays are like energy pockets in time, okay? Holidays are like energy pockets in time. If you let go of the numbers and you just imagine time, like it's just space. Okay, and I read a scientist say if we treated space travel like time travel, we will understand space. Okay, so again, stop putting yourself under the illusion of time. Okay, you putting yourself in fear. You're going to be under the illusion of time. Why? Because when you're in fear, your consciousness is where? At your base chakra. And base chakra is ruled by what? Saturn. Okay? So that's pretty much it. DomUniverse taking off. You know, I got some groundbreaking videos coming. I'm sure y'all see this little stuff right here at the bottom. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. But that's pretty much it. DomUniverse taking off. I love you all. Okay? Oh yeah, and let me just say something before I get off of this. Time. Because this is also like how dimensions work. Like this right here. Let's say this is the first dimension, this is the second, this time gear right here represents the third dimension. This time gear represents the fourth dimension. This time gear represents the fifth dimension. So like when you read the Bible, or you hear people say, oh, for gods, or when you look at the Anunnaki, even with the Anunnaki, when they talk about the heavens and God, they say time for them is different for them. It's the days would seem longer to us, but time is quicker up there. Okay? You're in these high dimensions. You're not bound by time. If you talk about the fifth dimension, things manifest faster. And so when you bring your consciousness up there to fifth density, okay, things manifest faster while you're in the third dimension. Okay? That is why when you have low consciousness or low vibration and you're trying to manifest, and I quote, things take longer to manifest. If you got a low vibration, it's going to be harder to manifest. But that's pretty much it. I'm taking off. I love you all. Like, subscribe. Peace.